Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters. Where's my fucking video? Show the video. There it is. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, children of all ages. As promised, I'm here for a late night sip and chill. I got a little bit of whiskey left in my bottle from last night. We're going to have a little cocktail, a little drink, a little chit chat while I test my. Hang on, I want to see something real quick. Oh, I see. Okay. I don't like that background. Let's do a different background. These are video backgrounds. Let's just go with the standard background that I've been using. Maximize, maximize. What about that? Not available with live. Okay. All right. So anyway, I'm here. I'm going to put. I want to see how many people I can. I'm using. I'm the old humble guy. This is late night chat. I was trying to see if I could get do a little thing using my son's computer just to see what kind of and I've already started with the higher quality video. It looks like it's holding up the higher quality video very well. It also looks like it's flipped reverso. Can I fix that? Mirror. All the pretty girls walk like this, 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 this. Pretty girls walk like this, this, this. All right, now the audio that I'm using, I haven't plugged in. I'm going to turn this up. Do really. Yep, it's going to give me echoes. I don't want echoes, so I'm going to turn that back down. But I need to see if I can make my microphone work. Plug my microphone into my son's computer. So here's what's going on tonight. I am using my son's computer to see if his improved processor and his improved graphics card will solve my myriad technical issues that I've been having when I try to do forum shows like this. I'm going to drop the link for people to join me in chat. There it is. And if you wish to join me, the link is pinned in chat. Theoretically, it's pinned in chat. There it is, pinned message. Okay, so the link is pinned. If you wish to join me, you can. You are welcome to do so. I would like to see how many people I can actually get up on this, get up on the forum in order to. I can set it so guests can add this. Oh, wow! If I pick the standard plan, guests can add their my stream to their channel. I don't know why I want to do that, but cool. This is the This is the technical difficulty show, or the Tech-Sploration show. But I'm still not doing what I should be doing, so I'm going to leave that description as is. T-E-X-C-H, how about just T-E-C-H, Tech-Sploration. Yeah, there we go. Nightbot. I thought Nightbot had a K on it. I thought that said K Nightbot. K Nightbot. Looks like we got Ting in the house. All right, let's add Ting Ting to the forum. Oops. Do that. Ting Ting, can I hear you? I can't hear you just yet. I hear Ting Ting. Is that my fault? Let me see. See if you're muted. Nope. I like that. I like that. I like the graphical background there. I'm gonna have to sign into YouTube Studio. Switch channels. Uh, uh, see if that worked. Ting Ting, if you're talking, I can't hear you. If you're talking at me, I can't hear you right now. And I have private chat open just in case you want to talk to me in private chat. Now, the question is, can I not hear you because of me, or can I not hear you because of you? Let me see. Open up live. Yeah, you're not coming through on the stream at all. Hey, sunflowers. The link is in chat. The link is in chat. You can come and join me. Ting Ting's here, but no, I can't hear her. She says she's yapping up a storm, but my nose itches. For the chat overlay in there. Again. Kind of safe. Make sure you're YouTube app on Joe's little awesome box. It is open. Excuse me. Well, resend it. There we go. So this is a shakeout of tech, and so far I'm pretty satisfied. It seems to be working okay. I don't have a problem. I'm not having a problem with the tech. The video's running fine. I'm not seeing any skips and jumps and hips and hops or anything like that. I can't hear Ting Ting. We can't hear Ting Ting through the stream. But other than that, everything seems to be working okay. Did it come in? What account is it sending me to? Damn it. I'm the wrong fucking channel, that's why. Uploaded 3 new videos, that's cool. Let's try to resend it one more time. Open up Google or YouTube's. There it is. Nope, don't want to upgrade the YouTube experience. Thank you, though. So, hey, sunflowers. Yeah, this is just a good jump on something sharp, see if it works this time. Don't do that. All right, Sunflowers has joined the chat. Sunflowers, can I hear you?
Okay, can you hear me?
I can hear Sunflowers. Okay, cool. I can hear Sunflowers. What just happened? I lost your audio.
Who, me?
Oh, there you are. Yeah, you like started talking and the audio cut out. But I don't think that's a tech issue on my end. I think it was just something going on there.
I came up to see if it still worked for you, if you could hear somebody.
Uh-huh. I can hear you.
So did Ting Ting put herself on mute?
I think she might have. She's not on mute on my end. I just unmuted everybody to make sure. Muted and then unmuted.
Okay.
My connection still fucking around. It's at 7 of 10 right now. But it's okay. I mean, I'm looking at the I'm using the high resolution. I'm using high resolution. It looks good. It looks sharp. It's not jumping and skipping or anything like that. I think I may have found a configuration that works for what it is I want to do. And it's in my son's computer. Well, it's good news. So how you been, son?
Hang on, I'll be right back.
Okay. I think I'm gonna go get a drink of water. My cup's in the other room. Oh, Ting Ting just bailed. Bye, Ting Ting.
I'm okay.
She's gonna go jump on something sharp and see if it works. But as far as I'm running a graphic in the background. It's me. It's you. Audio's clear. My resolution's clear. No, there's no lag. I'm satisfied. All right, I'm very satisfied. But now that you're back, I'm gonna go get a drink of water real quick. Don't go anywhere. Be right back.
Hello. Ting Ting, are you still here or did you leave? Oh.
Oh shit, Bacon's doing his show tonight, isn't he? I forgot. Bacon is doing his show tonight. Isn't he? Isn't Bacon doing his show tonight? Son?
Okay, and?
He is, isn't he?
I don't know.
Oh.
I'm not worried about it. He is. Okay.
Are you mad at Bacon right now?
No.
Okay. I don't see his live stream up on his show. His end times report is upcoming. It's not ready. It's not on yet.
Yeah, I don't worry about that anymore because, it's Friday. In the past, I used to worry about, oh my God, so-and-so went live and this and this. Because if I worry about that, you're never going to please everybody. So yeah. I don't worry about showing up anymore. More, if I go show up at people's places, fine. If not, okay, I can't be everywhere. But if you want to go because he's live, that's fine.
Oh no, I want to do a tech shakeout and make sure that I just kind of I want to have a drink. So I'll go catch up with Bacon in a little while. No worries. We can do two things.
Ting ting. For us, it's past 10:30. It's almost midnight for us.
Yeah, that is true. It is 11:57 right here. I should have got my little laptop. Damn it. Hang on, I gotta go. I'm gonna do one more thing. I'll be right back.
Oh yeah, last I saw, he was at Ike's. Ting ting. I didn't stick around for that stream. Last I saw, him and Soldier Girl and somebody else came over to Ike's.
I've left my desk.
I don't know who that other girl is.
Live stream. So today at the shop, I mean, you saw some of what I was doing at the shop today. I got my bourbon and barrels this evening. Had an issue with my internet feed at the distillery. It kept getting cut off and shut down. Third time I got through most of the stroke. Oh, son, you left. Bye. Come back. Oh. And yeah, the link is in chat. It's pinned up to wherever you have links pinned in chat. Feel free to join if you wish. You're not required. It is not a requirement by any stretch of the imagination. I appreciate it, but you don't have to. I'm not the boss of you. Let's see here. Can I turn on my light? Yeah, I'm gonna give me a little bit softer light, please. Dennis, my lighting technician. There. So I can have Bacon on this channel. If he pops up, I'll be able to take care of that. Maybe I'll join him on his stream and do me on my stream at the same time. That'd be kind of funny if I could pull that off, wouldn't it? But I don't think that's possible. Oh, I don't think that's possible. But I would like to get a few successful live stream today, just to make it all happen. So everything was FUBAR this afternoon at the distillery. I couldn't find the equipment that I was looking for. I couldn't find the connections that I was looking for. I couldn't find anything that I was looking for. Hey, son, you got a new graphic. That's cute.
Oh, hold on.
Is that a sunflower graphic?
Hello. Okay, can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
What does that icon look like to you?
It looks like a sunflower in a, I don't know, like a little bed of something.
All right, as long as you know what it really was.
Is it an eye?
No.
Oh, it's a sunflower, right? Okay.
Okay. I'll tell you off air what I thought it would look like. I told somebody what I thought it looked like.
What, like a butthole?
No, I don't know if I can say it on here.
What can't you say on my show?
All right, it looked like a nipple.
Oh.
Because I am far away. No, it's not up close. So the brown part.
I can see a nipple if I
look
away.
Far away, it doesn't look like what it's supposed to.
I get that. I could see a nipple.
That's why I wanted to make sure. Is it okay?
Yeah, it's fine. Okay.
I'm testing out different icons because I'm not sure what I like.
Yeah, Ting Ting is noting in comments that she got a free bottle from Bourbon School today. She went and visited their 500 subscriber special.
Wait, from where?
Bourbon School. They're a bourbon tuber, whiskey tuber out of upstate New York.
You said Bourbon School.
Yeah, they had five.
So
They had
are
500.
they?
Yes.
So are they an educational channel?
It's a whiskey channel. It's I, I wouldn't call it They're no more educational than every other whiskey tuber.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, they have fun with whiskey just like everybody else. But they did. I liked them a lot. Good folks. They reached out to me. They wanted to buy a bottle of whiskey. Nope. Shit. My headphones unplugged from the computer. They wanted to buy a bottle of whiskey. They bought the bottle of whiskey. I sent them a bottle of whiskey. They're going to do a review, I guess. Even if they don't do a review, I hope they like the whiskey. I hope they just enjoy it and be cool people. I did not shave like I said I might do. I did not do that. So my beard feels. I did give my dog a bath though. So there's that. As I groom myself live on the internet.
Really? Is that what you wanted to do?
Yeah, I just wanted to. I did. I thought about shaving when I got when I got back home, but instead I had some pizza and took a nap on the couch.
Oh.
So my puppy dog needed a bath really badly this afternoon, so he got a bath before I went to work at the distillery.
Oh, how cool!
So there you go. He's been. It's that time of year where his fur gets a little thick and little. So he's having his fur and fur out. So he got a good long bath to clean himself up, and then that was followed by a long, luxurious brushing and thinning of his undercoat. He's a good boy. He deserves the pampering. So what you been doing? It's been a couple of weeks since I've had a show like this and had you up and had the chance to chat with you. What's going on with you?
Oh, nothing. Just everyday normal stuff.
Oh, that's good. Everyday normal is good.
I'm still looking for a better job. That's proving to be harder than I ever could imagine, but I still do it.
Okay. Well, stick with it. Keep it the grindstone. That's. Yeah, I always tell people that it's not the disappointment, it's the lack of caring. When you get to the point where you just don't give a shit anymore, where you just don't care, that's when it's tough to keep going and doing stuff. You know, if you can at least give a crap enough to be disappointed that things aren't going the way you want them to, then you still have a little bit.
True.
Your sales. It's that pushing a dedicated friend to the point that they don't care. Yeah. So
Nothing
other
really
than that, what? Okay.
Nothing really, except I started to get into manga.
Manga, the comic books or video cartoons?
No, yeah, video is anime.
Anime, gotcha. Manga is the comic book.
Manga is books. You know, the Japanese comics.
Yeah. Cool. What is the title that you're into right now? What is the one you picked up so far?
Oh, I picked up several from the library. I'll name a few. Okay. I picked up Dreamin' Sun. Is it a Perfect World or Perfect World? Something like that.
Okay.
I picked up Princess Jellyfish.
Princess Jellyfish. Okay, tell me about Princess Jellyfish.
I can't really. I haven't read it.
Okay.
I don't exactly remember. I have to look it up. I think I just picked it up because I like the title, Princess
Hmm.
Jellyfish. I will
It sounds curious. No lie, sounds super duper curious.
I will give you a little synopsis in a second.
Okay.
Hmm.
I haven't read a book in like a year,
All right.
and I kind of feel bad about that. Like I don't read nearly as much as I used to.
Okay. Princess Jellyfish centers on an apartment building in Tokyo where the only tenants are women and where no men are allowed.
Okay.
I can't
Sounds.
say the name. I can't say the name of the main character, but she is obsessed. Um.
You can't say it
Oh no
because
no
it's like Voldemort,
no! It's
or
Japanese
you just
name.
don't
I
know how to
can't
pronounce
pronounce
it.
it.
Okay, I
I
got
can't pronounce it. Uh. Apparently, the girl, the main character, has a fixation, and she loves jellyfish
you. Okay.
because her mother. Apparently, her mother died, and she had fond memories of her mother taking her to an aquarium and linking the lace like part of the jellyfish to the dresses of princesses. And
Hmm.
apparently, she wants to be an illustrator. So that's how this goes. So I'm guessing she is just fascinated with jellyfish, and she's probably going to draw jellyfish, and it's centered around her love of that. Because when I went to the Shed Aquarium, I liked looking at jellyfish, and so that's why I picked this up.
Oh, cool. Okay.
I picked up like 6, 7 different manga. You know, only one of the manga I picked volume 2, and I'm gonna
Okay.
try different things and see. Cause at my work, okay, I have to understand. I work in a public library,
Hmm.
but and we have people come and go all the time. There's a high turnover at my library,
Hmm.
but of the people in my library that work in my library, lots of them are like mega fans of manga. And for years, I've been hearing about how the stories are cute or they're interesting. You should try it, blah, blah, blah. And I never thought about it until one day when I saw Princess Jellyfish. Then I went through the. Actually, Princess Jellyfish, I believe, was that in the adult section? It might have been. But because we have some manga in the adult section of the graphic novels, but for the teenagers section, we separate them out: graphic novels versus manga.
Gotcha. Okay. So the adult section graphic novels are they show boobs and
Everything.
stuff. Gotcha.
They're a mixture of things. It really isn't that much of a difference because manga is basically centers around um, all the stories are basically, if you look at it, you'll get an idea of Japanese culture. Um, because they put them out. But graphic novels, comics, that's the same. It's basically the same thing.
Gotcha.
And I just decided to do something fun because we're having summer reading, and I technically want to win summer reading prize, whatever it may be. I don't know.
That makes sense. I mean,
Yeah,
you always want to win those summer reading prizes. Those, it's easy to win those summer. You just check out a bunch of books. You got all the damn time in the world. Just read a couple of books every once in a while. Jesus,
mm,
well, these
but
kids
but
have
at work,
other things to do.
but honest to God, at work, you should see my coworkers. eh, The graphic, I mean the manga that they check out all at once. Oh my God.
Really?
Yeah, I have a coworker. I'm guessing at some point in her life she'll have probably read every single thing we have at the library, then and then some. Like we have the series One Piece. I think
I know
it's
One
on
Piece.
100.
I know that one.
All right, that I think it's on 102 volumes now.
Okay.
So some manga can be very short series, some is very long. But yeah, One Piece we own that.
That's cool.
Like I'm sure you probably heard of Yu-Gi-Oh.
Who?
Yu-Gi-Oh.
Yu-Gi-Oh? Yeah, I've heard of Yu-Gi-Oh.
That's the manga.
Okay.
Pokemon.
I know Pokemon. That's a
Yep.
manga?
And let me guess, you know Sailor Moon? The anime Sailor Moon?
I don't know much else about it than that I've heard of.
About the girl.
One of my friends does a voice. The Sailor Moon cartoons.
Wait.
And there's another one that's like all girl tank academy or something like that. Girls in tanks, something to that effect.
But you said one of your friends.
She does a voice on that too.
You said one of your friends does the voice on Sailor Moon?
Yeah.
Isn't there? I was reading about Crunchyroll. It's a website that you could watch anime. I was reading. Was that the company?
Yeah.
There's some company that is like for anime that I think is the studios in Texas. So is your friend in Texas?
Yeah.
That does the voice?
Oh, yeah, she lives right around the corner from me.
Mm-hmm. So maybe the studios in Texas because I was reading about it. That back in the day, I think Texas was one of the places in America where people used to do the voices in the studio.
Yes, there are several voiceover studios here in Houston and up in Dallas.
Mm-hmm. Maybe that's what was what I was reading about.
I know 2 or 3 people who do voiceover work. I know, there's Jenny and Rob and another dude. Shit, his name just like slipped right out of my mind. I want to say it's like Brian or something like that. He does voiceover work too, and they basically bounce back and forth between Houston and Dallas in those studios doing the voiceover work.
I bet you don't have to say her name, but I bet you if you told me your friend's name and I told my coworker because she loves Sailor Moon, she'd probably be able to tell me if she's heard her or him. Because my friend's always telling me, like when I ask her how's the anime, she'll talk to me about the voice actors.
Yeah, Jenny. Her name is Jenny Slater. Slater, Jenny Slater.
Hey, any relationship to Corey Lee Slater? Hi, Corey.
No, not that I know of.
Jenny Slater. I'll ask. We're gonna try this experiment. I think I'll see my coworker on Tuesday. If I remember your friend's name, I'll ask her if she has ever heard of the voiceover actress. Just out of curiosity.
Okay. Yeah, Jenny Kaiser. It might be Jenny Kaiser Slater. I'm not sure what the credit is on. There's another one that's like Panzer Academy or Girls in Panzers or something like that, where it's like an all-girl academy and they drive tanks.
Is that why she has another name? Did she get married?
Yeah, she got married eons ago. She was Jenny Kaiser, and now she's Jenny Kaiser Slater.
Okay. Yeah, I'll ask out of curiosity because my friend, my coworker, she just starts talking and talking and talking, and that's how we got on the topic. That's how I learned about manga. She just doesn't stop. She's like a walking encyclopedia, and when I ask her how the anime is, oh, that's even worse because then she gets into, but they change voiceover actors and this, and it's like I don't even know who these people are. Why are you telling me? Because I have never seen a whole anime. I've never seen an anime.
Really?
Well, I haven't seen a whole entire anime, just parts of Sailor Moon.
Okay.
I had to for work because at one point at the library, like there was a bazillion people who worked there that wouldn't shut up about Sailor Moon, and I told them I would watch, and they actually verified that I had so I had to watch because they wouldn't stop asking. So I got
Okay.
suckered in. So I got suckered into watching Sailor Moon.
Okay. You
It
got
was good
suckered
for
into
a
it,
while.
like they forced you to do it. They twisted your arm and made you do
Well,
it.
no, they wouldn't stop asking me at work if I watched it. And you're at work and you don't want to be around annoying coworkers and you want to make your work pleasant. So I agree to myself, I might as well watch it because they won't stop asking.
Yeah, it's like people who watch football just to be able to talk to people at the office about football.
Exactly. That was like our water cooler topic. I swear to God.
And it's
It's
Strader is her last name, by the way. Strader, not Slater. Strader.
wait. Corey
I've had
has a
her on my show
suggestion.
before. I've had her on as a guest in the past.
That's cool. All right. Corey says, try Read or Die Flowers. I
Uh huh.
think you'll like it.
Is it Reed or Red?
No, READ.
Yeah, like that could be red, like past tense.
Oh, okay, Smarty.
Like, you read this or die, or you have read this or you will die. I don't like it when people make you think about the titles. It better be read or die. That's what it should be. That's your first instinct. That's what it ought to be.
Okay, this is a little different.
Uh-huh.
Okay, because I'm looking this up. ROD.
ROD.
No, it's short for
Oh,
read.
read or die.
Light,
Oh, gotcha.
okay,
Okay.
it's a light novel.
My brain's not working too good. I'm tired.
All right, light novels. Light novels can still be a manga, but what it means is it's mostly going to look like a novel, and there's just going to be minimal amount of pictures.
Okay.
That's the difference.
So like a book, like a real book.
But it'll
Just
still have illustrations like manga.
okay.
Maybe. But that doesn't mean that a light novel won't turn into a manga series.
Gotcha. Death Note, is that a
Okay,
manga
Corey.
series?
What's that?
Is Death Note a manga series?
Did you say Death Note?
Yeah.
Death Note is 3 things: manga, anime, and a movie with Scarlett Johansson.
Yeah, I've seen the
Scarlett
movie.
Johansson.
I've seen
So
the
it's
movie.
3.
I've seen the series, but I haven't read the graphic novels. I'm told the
No,
movie.
Death Note is a manga.
I'm told people were not super duper pleased about the movie. I thought it was
Oh,
entertaining, but
here's the problem. People who love anime sometimes don't like when people are in because then it becomes called a live action. And sometimes people just want to see it in anime form. But the reason why people didn't like Death Note is because Scarlett Johansson was in the lead. And this is about manga is about Japanese culture. So why are white people taking Japanese roles? That kind of thing.
Yeah. What was it even based in Japan?
I don't know.
I thought it was based in San Francisco.
No, but the whole point is manga culture is Japanese, and about representation. Why are you taking the roles away from people who otherwise wouldn't necessarily get a role? That whole thing. At least that's what I gather, but I didn't follow the whole story to a T.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I get that to an extent, but then, at the same time, it's like if you can make a movie with Scarlett Johansson, if she's available, if you can get Scarlett Johansson to do your movie, you get Scarlett Johansson to do your movie. As opposed to that Japanese actress.
But no, you don't understand. People who are mega fans of manga anime, they're fans for the pure reasons.
I get that, but also
no, because I have these coworkers Oh, believe me, they get upset about people who love anime. It's
Sure,
like I think they like it purely also because it's Japanese culture. Like a
I
lot
get
of
that.
my coworkers, even if they're not of the Japanese descent, that was a whole for a lot of my coworkers. That's also what draws them into it.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, if you're Universal Studios, do you make a movie for just the people who like anime, or do you make the movie for the other 7 billion people on Earth?
Well, from what I understand now,
I
like
would.
if this was
I probably wouldn't have watched the movie at all. It probably wouldn't have even registered on my radar if it hadn't been for Scarlett Johansson.
okay, if it was, for example, in the 90s when Sailor Moon and it was starting to become popular, I can see the argument, get whoever. But now that it's a big giant thing,
Hmm.
you probably should have went a little bit more authentic. But I see your point. You're
But
not
at the
exactly
same
wrong.
time, those little girls on Sailor Moon, the little pictures of little Sailor Moon girls, those little girls don't look Japanese. They are not going out of their way to make Sailor Moon look Japanese. And if they're not going to go out of their way to make Sailor Moon look Japanese, Sailor Moon. If I'm thinking of the same Sailor Moon images, oh, Bacon just fired up. I mean, is this Japanese? Well, blonde hair, blue eyed Japanese? Are
Not
we supposed to believe that that is a Japanese girl? Come on.
oh, here's the thing. Sometimes the um, um yeah, I understand that. But if you pay attention to the story and whatnot, they might not necessarily all look Japanese, but they have the culture of from Japan. They could be someone still in Japan, you know.
She's not
For the most
Japanese.
part. No. What I'm saying is they may not necessarily all look Japanese. You know, when you're looking through every manga in this, yes, I get what you're saying. She looks more American, but
Mm-hmm.
but the culture and this and that is usually
So
depicted
it's a
of
so
Japan.
it's American
So I'm
looking
guessing
cartoons
I
acting
haven't seen
Japanese.
Death Note. I haven't seen Death Note. Like I haven't looked through the Death Note manga, but I'm guessing the controversy must be the characters look more Japanese in the manga than say Sailor Moon.
Mm. I thought
Because
people
I
just didn't like the
remember
movie.
because I remember the whole controversy about whitewashing.
Yeah. I mean, didn't they have someone play some white actress play a Hawaiian actor, a Hawaiian role, or I don't know. I can't remember back in the day, and it might have been Scarlett Johansson who played that. But I don't know. I don't pay that close attention to that shit. I mean,
I mean,
I get the
some people
controversy. I get the argument. Like, if you have a role for a gay person, you can get a straight person to play gay, or you can actually go find a gay person to play gay. If you find but at the same time, it's fucking acting. It's not a documentary about a gay person's life. It's a movie. It's there's plenty of gay people that play straight roles. You can have straight people play gay roles too. There's plenty of gay people that play straight roles.
I don't
Um,
know what I was watching.
but
I
it's a
don't
little bit different with the cultural stuff. If you have a role written for a white person, or a role written for a black person, or a role written for an Asian person, it's a little bit harder to justify, having a black person play the Asian role or a white person play the black role.
right
Although I do
because
remember back in that movie Toys that had
the movie's
Robin
what?
Williams and LL Cool J, and they were brothers.
Wait a minute. What's the name of this movie?
Toys, I think it was. That had,
Toys.
yeah, Robin Williams, and it was Robin Williams and LL Cool J, and they played brothers, and I think they were Korean.
Wait a
I
minute.
can't remember Toys.
Like bros, as in my posse,
Like they
or
had the same father and they had the same mother.
Okay, hold up. Hold up. How could a black dude and a white guy be brothers and pass for Korean to make that believable?
Yeah, that was the movie Toys, and the cast was Robin Williams and LL Cool J, and Robin Williams and LL Cool J were brothers. They had shared parents. They just didn't mention it.
So basically,
They
that
just
would
didn't
be
mention it. It
considered.
was like they were brothers, and they just like mentioned it. Like at some point in the movie, they mentioned it, and everybody was like, "Huh, okay," and that was it.
Okay, it would
Like
be
it
one
wasn't a
thing.
thing.
That only works, for example, if you like need like if you want to say people come from a biracial family, okay, but that makes it unbelievable. A
Yeah,
black
no,
dude and
but
white guy
it, it,
passing
it,
for Korean.
no, I don't think they were supposed to be Korean. That may be something I invented, but they
Oh,
were just that I'm like adding into my memory. But they were just and like the fact that they were brothers wasn't an integral part of the story. They just mentioned it, or they mentioned
oh,
the fact that they both had that that was their dad or something like that, and it was just like a thing that they said, and then they moved on with it, and it was just like, oh, okay, and we just it like didn't register. I remember watching that movie and like it read like 2/3 of the way through the movie, like, oh, they're brothers. Okay. And then it was just, like whatever. They were
all
just,
right,
they were acting. It's acting. It's not a fucking documentary.
okay.
Like there's
Maybe
so many of these movies, when people are like there's continuity errors in the Star Wars series. Like it's not a documentary. It's it's
I
a it's
agree.
a
I was
movie.
watching.
Make believe.
Mhm. I don't know who it was, but they were interviewing some actor or
Hmm.
I think it was an actor, and it came up. I think the person was gay, but who it was, I don't recall. And they asked, would straight people play gay people? And the actor's response was, acting is pretending you're somebody else. So that's your job.
Yeah.
So it shouldn't matter.
Yeah. But again, it's a little bit tougher when you
It's
know
about
you
culture.
when you're a white guy and you're trying to explain you know how your black character's life is being lived or whatever in the movie, and I would have a tough time playing Jackie Robinson in a baseball movie. It would be a level of suspension of disbelief that would be beyond acceptable for most
Wait a
audiences.
minute. Wait a minute.
Are we
Wait a
talking about
minute. Hold
the
up. Hold up.
historical documents?
Hold up. Okay, now maybe now they did a movie about Jackie Robinson.
Uh
Uh,
huh.
the guy that died, who was in Black Panther.
Yeah.
I don't remember what his name
Chadwick
is.
Chadwick Boseman or
Rose
something.
Bozeman. He played
Boseman.
him.
Yeah.
Okay,
He is black.
but no. But here's the thing. Now, I was gonna say 10, 20, 30 years ago and beyond. What you said is probably true. But given the fact that Lin Manuel Miranda and the whole cast of Hamilton did blind casting because they were trying to change up to prove a point, maybe
Hmm.
now we might have people try new things. So maybe in the future
I
there could
doubt
be.
very seriously. I mean, if you could do a movie that was the story of Jackie Robinson with a white guy playing Jackie Robinson if it was a metaphor.
Well,
If it
how did
was like if it was like a guy being the first white guy on a Korean baseball team or something like that. And it was like the story of Jackie Robinson, but it's this white dude in Korea, or it's yeah, or a white guy going to Africa and playing in the Nigerian National League and going through the whole assimilation process or something like that. And it just parallels the whole Jackie Robinson
well
story.
then how did because at first I thought it was kind of bizarre when I heard about Hamilton. I'm like, wait a minute, these people were real. Why are they different skin color? you know. But after a while, when I saw it, because I saw, oh, I think I saw it when it went to Disney, the streaming service for
Yeah,
Disney. And I
yeah.
think I was
I
able to
saw
get
I
a
saw it on
single,
Disney. Yeah,
what's it called?
I
Disney
saw it on
Plus.
Disney too.
Okay. And when I saw it, knowing what I know now about how it was made, it really didn't bother me. I was just thinking of the words and what they were saying. So I can see the merit of it. So maybe
Hmm.
today people will switch things up. It,
Well,
I'm just wondering in the future if we would ever get a movie, where if we did like the founding fathers, people would be like, huh, maybe we don't have to be so accurate. Like
in
a
the
reimagining,
future.
like reimaginings of our history or what could have been.
Well, the difference with Hamilton and the Jackie Robinson story, I think, is that is that the whiteness of our founding fathers wasn't an integral part of the story of the founding of our. And don't get me wrong, it it is, but not in the mythology of America. In the mythology of America, the fact that they're white is not important. The and that's not to say that like the way our institutional racism works, it's not a factor. It is. It is. It really is. But in the mythology of the founding of America, those people could be literally anybody. We see them as gray faces on a mountain. They're not real people. I mean, they're real people, but they're mythological figures in our origin stories of the country. And as mythological figures, you can endow them with whatever you want. They're Zeus, they're Aphrodite, they're you know, they are whoever you want them to be. You can make King George a black guy, a black
You're
Jamaican
not
woman,
wrong. Wait a minute.
because they're mythological figures, they're mythological creatures.
Okay, you're
But when it
not
comes,
wrong.
but when it comes to Jackie Robinson, his blackness is integral to the story. He was omitted and prevented from playing because of who he was. The founding fathers didn't found the
Oh, I
country
see your
because
point.
of their
You're
whiteness.
right.
Jackie Robinson Jackie Robinson was a significant character because of his blackness. If he wasn't black, it wouldn't be a story.
You're not wrong. And I didn't realize until I saw Hamilton that some of the founding fathers were from the Caribbean.
Yeah, I didn't. I hadn't.
They made a
It
they
hadn't occurred to me.
there
It's not
was
in
a little,
the story. It's just not that important.
I think it was Alexander Hamilton himself, because when you pay attention
Alexander
to
Hamilton,
the
Aaron
way it was
Burr too.
written,
Aaron Burr, I believe, was from the Caribbean.
right,
Also,
because they purposely made a line in the musical about it.
hmm yeah, yeah. And
I
that was one of the things that drew him to Aaron Burr was that Aaron Burr was also from Puerto Rico, I believe. Um,
All right, good night,
Corey
Corey.
Lee, yeah. Bacon started a few minutes ago. Go say hi to the
Yeah, if
gang.
you want to go over there,
Well,
it's fine.
I'll go over there eventually. I'm in no rush. I'll
Okay,
go over
good.
there and chat with him. I'm having a good
Okay, good.
conversation. It's cool. I'm getting my hours. Uh,
So you
and
have
the tech is shaking out. I'm
hours.
happy with the tech. I'm running 720. I usually run 480 when I do this. I'm running 720 on my laptop. I run 480. I'm running 720. I've got two people up. Ting Ting was up, and I didn't have any delays when she was in. I have a graphic running in the background. I'm doing good. I'm happy with my technology right
Did
now.
Ting Ting actually get to speak?
She chatted a lot in the background, but nobody could hear her.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah, it does.
So you were saying about subscribers. So you have over 2,000, but do you have?
2020.
But how about hours? Do you have your? Is it
Oh, my
four?
hours suck. My hours suck.
Is it 4,000 watch hours you need to be
Yeah, I'm at like
monetized?
2,000. I'm going to be at 2,100 by the end of the month.
I'm so I don't get it, because I would have thought I would have thought you had a lot of hours because when you do your thing, there's a bunch of us that always come by, like me, Bacon, and a bunch of us. And when you did trivia, you had a bunch of people that would show up.
Yeah, but I had a bunch of people show up for trivia, but it was only like 6 or 8 people engaged, and it wasn't. Yeah, trivia wasn't as big a deal as it
Oh,
seemed. Um, it just wasn't. And the thing with the lives is they don't get a lot of after play. They're a one and done type of thing.
do
You don't go back and watch a 6 hour live after the fact. You just don't
do
do it.
they get if people rewatch the live, does that count for hours?
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I've tried jobbing it a little bit, where I'll open up one of my alts and then pop open a bunch of windows and run the video on all my alts, or a bunch of different videos on one of my alts, and try to juice the hours, but it just doesn't work. It's not
I
enough.
think
I mean, I'm
when
getting 150 to 200 hours a month, but I need 350. I need another 100 or 150 to 200 hours a month. I'll get there. I'll figure it out. I'll crack that code.
eventually you'll get there. What I think where I think you shine, you probably get a lot of views on your shorts because I always find your shorts very entertaining. So I
Thank
just
you.
assume I haven't looked, but I'm guessing you probably get a lot of views on your shorts.
I do, and then I get anywhere between uh, you know 35 to 150 to 15,000.
Yeah, I love your shorts. Your
most
shorts.
of them get 500 to 2,500. Like my last one I did was like 15 or 17, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
So
I don't really care about shorts because usually I think they're too short and like I don't know. But yours are highly entertaining and they're captivating.
thank you. Thank you. So what I'm going to try and do is more of that, but a slightly longer form, where I like just do one take and talk to the camera, and then we're done. And it's just the challenge is just having something to talk about. I don't always have something to talk about, so I don't always have videos.
How long can a short be now?
My shorts are 15 to 60 seconds. I
But I
can't
mean,
do. My account won't let me do more than 60 seconds, but I think some accounts can go up to 3 minutes.
wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold on. Are some in the beta phase? Is that why they can go
Yeah,
longer?
it doesn't get rolled out to all of them at the same time.
Because a long time ago, when I had my other channel, um, all of a sudden I noticed that there was like an icon on some of mine, and I realized that YouTube classified my video as shorts. Apparently, when it originally aired, I was somehow I got in the beta program for testing
Cool,
out
I guess.
shorts. Do not ask me how. I probably had at the most 400 subs or less. I was not a big channel, so I don't know how I got on the radar.
Well, I assure you, it never once occurred to me to ask you how you got on that list. But
because I wasn't very well known.
Yeah.
So who knows?
But no, I mean the last longer form video that I did, the 3 minute video I did from my car on the way to Austin, 3 minutes and 25 seconds, 8 days ago. I got 40 views on that so far.
That's
It
not
may
bad.
top at the one before that about terroir was 75 views. The one before that was 169.
I mean, for being
The one
3
before
minutes,
that 51. The one before that 80. The one before that 113.
but for being 3 minutes, getting 40 people to watch 3 minutes in this day and age,
Yeah.
that's impressive.
And the thing is,
it was
most of them stuck around for most of that 3 minutes. Most of them stuck around for like, I think my average watch time on that was something like 3 minutes and 20 seconds.
That's impressive because today people want things for like 15 seconds.
Yeah, but I'm in that 50 to 200 views range. Does smoke do anything to your whiskey? 4 months ago, a 4 minute video, 177 views. Does clear ice matter? 100. That's my high watermark. for videos this year. I haven't cracked that code on the SEO for the regular channel videos. My my shorts are fed to people on the shorts feed. You know, they're scrolling through and it pops up and they watch. But the regular videos, they're just not. You know, it's not getting the engagement that the shorts get. And maybe it's just I need another 1,000 subscribers. Maybe.
Do you
Maybe
think,
I
and I don't mean to be mean here, but do you think you're not getting as much views because you used to have a co-host? So did some of the Lisa fanfare die off?
No, the views on the lives that I had with Lisa and the views on the lives that I had without Lisa were about the same.
Okay, good.
They were about the same. It was a different show. We you know both nights were different shows, and I was kind of running that beta test during that year to see the different types of shows, because I'd run a different type of show on Tuesday, a different type of show on
Right, I
Wednesday, a different type
remember.
of show on Thursday, just to see what was different. And uh, yeah, the Wednesday and Thursday nights are about the same.
That's good. That
Yeah.
you're still popular with your audience.
Um, Now, as far as the longer, the 4 minute, the 3 4 minute videos, I never had a co-host with those, so uh, I just don't know. I don't know what I don't. I'm not. I don't have any idea how to get those to pop. Uh, I look for, maybe it's the topic, maybe it's the niche. It's just not as you know. I don't know. But I look at other videos and people have like 2,000 subs and they get like 1,500, 2,000 views, whatever. I'm like, okay. And then there's some people that have 10,000 subs and they get like
But
1,500
you know
to
what?
2,000 views, and I'm like, okay. There's no pattern that I've been able to discern. The only way to do this is just compare yourself to yourself and get better every month and get better every year. So
Right. What I've noticed is even if people have a big channel that explodes, like you'll notice they got a lot of subs, that when they go live, they'll hardly get anyone in to watch them
yeah,
live.
in some cases, yeah, I've noticed that. I don't know.
So my advice to people is do what you do and you'll get
Right,
there when you get there.
right. Just do what you do. Be comfortable with what you do. Try to get better every time you do it. Try to move the ball forward every time you do it. Try to do something new, do something different every time you do it. Like, stick with what you know and what you're good at, but try to like plug in, experiment with stuff. Watch your metrics, watch your information, watch your, be familiar with what you're doing. Find the metrics that matter. Focus on those. I mean, it's not rocket science, but it's not like um, there's no such thing as overnight successes unless you work at it for 5, 10 years. And I've been working at this for, well, I wouldn't say working at this. I've been fiddling around with this crap for like 2 years.
I think so. I remember meeting you during the pandemic.
Yeah, that's when I started the channel. Well, I didn't start the channel. That's when I started using the channel as a way to leverage the
Right, because
channel to
I
promote anything. I had a couple of
right.
subscribers. I'm like, well,
I met you over at another channel that talks about alcohol. If you know which channel I mean. I can't think of the name of it right now.
Micah. It was
No,
either
the two
Micah
dudes.
or
No. The two dudes from
21090.
Maryland.
21090, yeah.
Oh, that's it. I haven't talked to them in like forever.
They just had a big announcement this last week. They're going to do a barrel pick with Still Austin whiskey.
Oh, I have no idea. It's probably been see, because they used to do their top 10 list, and I thought their show was very well good, and I consider them friends, but I just haven't. For me, I'm not really a drinker, and then they switched their format to, talking like somebody like you would probably be more interested in their content now than me.
Mm-hmm. You think?
So that's why I stopped going over there. But I don't dislike them. I thought they had a good thing.
Yeah, I like the top 10 list format. I really did, and they do their show at a time that's awkward for me because that's like our dinner time here. So
Yeah, again.
and by the time I'm done with by the time I'm done with family and dinner and all the other stuff, and I pop open it, they're winding down and ending their show. I'm like, oh well, I missed the show. So I kind of, yeah, it's cool. I like those guys. It's just we're not like we're our schedules don't sync, and I every once in a while I can still catch their show, but I don't sweat it. I don't sweat it.
You can't please everyone.
I wish I could catch it more often because they are Todd and
Andy.
yeah, they're good. They're good guys.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah,
they're very nice.
I kind of expected their big announcement to be that they were splitting the channel, but they didn't. That wasn't the announcement. It was
Wait,
the
splitting the channel?
Yeah, one was going to take a channel live, and the other one was going to take a channel live, and they were going to have their 21090 and then like two other offshoot channels. But nope, they're still sticking with 21090.
Why do you think they were going to do that?
I don't know. It seems like it seems like a thing to do.
That seems like too much work.
It is a lot of work, but you could have your two solo shows and then your collab show.
I guess.
Seems like something to do. You get more engagement. You get more eyeballs. You get different content. You could have 3 channels. Build a little community between 3 channels and have this little ecosystem. But yeah, no. That's not what they did. They're just getting a barrel pick from my good friends over at Still Austin. They're good folks over there. Last 2 weeks ago, we were at the Texas Whiskey Fest and HTX Whiskey Weekend, and successive weekends. And I sat and hung out with those guys for a little while. And then chatted at HTX, which is here in Houston. The HTX Whiskey Weekend, I chatted with them, and or I was over there, and then folks from Milam and Green came and chatted with me. And that's the funniest thing. She comes over and she says, "Are you the old humble guy?" And I'm like, "Yes." She says, "I'm Sloan. I'm from Milam and Green, and I love your Twitter channel." I'm like, "Oh my god." I was not expecting that to come out of your mouth. That is freaking hilarious. She's like, "I really hope you get into Zips because you've been into Zips too, because I've been harassing them all month." She thought it was really funny. Are you familiar with the Zip saga?
No.
Okay, so there's this. Is this empty? Oh, here we go. Looking for a fresh bottle because I emptied out my bottle. There's a liquor store here in town, here in Houston, in the Houston area. They have 48 stores across the state of Texas, which doesn't sound like a lot, but that is a lot in the state of Texas. That makes them the 3rd or 4th largest chain in the state. And in March, it occurred to me that I had been trying for like over 3 years to get a hold of these guys and have them just call me back and get an appointment to present my whiskey and try to get into their stores. It had been 3 years since I'd started trying to contact them. And it occurred to me in March, after having lunch with a salad, it was a salad, it was a really yummy salad too, that like I should do something. Like I should do something about that. I should just do something drastic and swing for the fences and just try and get a hold of these damn people. And I thought about what I should do, whether I should just like send them a gift basket, show up at their door with a box of whiskey, or I'll call them every single day in the month of April. I'll set a alarm on my phone at 11:30 and I'll just call them every single day, and I'll leave a message until they call me back. Surely they'll call me back. So I started calling them, and I post on Twitter, day 1 of calling Zips every day in the month of April till they call me back. Then day 4, then day 7, then day 10, then day 15, and then all the way through until finally, April ended, and I still hadn't gotten an appointment to present my whiskey to them. But then I finally got an email. So things are moving in the right direction. They noticed me. They heard about me. They heard me. But yeah, she thought that was funny, laughing about that. Tater Dom's in the house. Cheers, Tater. She was laughing about that. She's like, that is absolutely hilarious. keep it up.
Hello,
I'm
Tater.
like, okay, I'll do
All right,
my
so what
best
came of
to.
this? So what came of all this calling?
We have an open dialogue. So after 3 years of trying to get a hold, like in the email that he sent to me, he made a distinct comment that this is not our attention. That after 3 years of trying to get a hold of you and not getting so much as a mention on Twitter, I've gotten an email from you and a phone call. So with all due, this was clearly the best way to get a hold of y'all. He appreciated my persistence. We have an open dialogue. We're chatting. We're talking. And that's all I wanted. I just wanted a chance. I wanted an opportunity. I wanted to find out if there was a problem getting into their stores and what the problem was so I could fix it. If there's a problem, I'll solve it. Check out my moves while the DJ revolves it.
Yeah.
Ice, baby. But that's all I wanted. I just wanted a chance. Mission accomplished in my book. At this point, if we can work it out between them and my distributor and get my whiskey in their stores, hurrah. If we can't work it out between our distributor and their stores, then my whiskey won't be in their stores. But I'm pretty sure we can work it out. I mean, we have the 5th largest distributor in the state of Texas. We're a scrappy and innovative little distillery. I mean, if I got to drive it to the stores myself, I'll fucking put it in my car and drive it. I'll sleep in the back and go from store to store and stock it and stack it and do everything I need to do. We'll make it work one way or another. But hopefully by this time next year, this will be a really funny story about how we met. We'll be able to sit down with like the children of Zips employees and say, "This is how I met your parents," and it'll be a funny story. But that's what Sloan was talking about. She's like, "I love it. Keep it up. You're persistent. Don't burn the bridge, but be persistent." Like, I'm trying to be mean. But that's how I got into specs. That's how I got my whiskey into the largest chain in the state of Texas. I had a salad for lunch, and I was like, you know what? I'm just going to go to their office, and I'm just going to make my pitch. I'm going to shoot my shot. And I called them up on the way back to my office and said, "Hey, y'all got any time this afternoon?" They're like, "Yeah." I'm like, "Okay, I'll be there." And turned my car around, drove out to specs at the home office, and said, "This is what I've got. This is what I want to do. I'm getting to more stores." And we worked out the deal. We worked it out right there in the office.
That's
and
cool.
I called who I needed to call and filled out the paperwork, did the stuff. I have something, just like a hair on my lip that's not mine. But yeah, that's how I got into specs. I called them up and I said, "Hey, I want to do this thing." And they're like, "Yeah, come on and let's talk about it." I went and talked about it. And we did the thing, but there's no phone number to do it. Call them up. Weeks, 5 days a week. But the funny offshoot to that is that there's a Zips liquor in Minneapolis, Minnesota, unaffiliated, completely unaffiliated, and there's a chance. It's a slim chance, but there's a chance that I will, because of this little escapade, I'll end up in their store.
Right.
I aim for Ainsville, and I might end up in Minneapolis.
You never know.
It'd be absolutely fucking hilarious. Kitty 303 is in the house. Cheers, Kitty.
303. Hi, Kitty. I'm still curious about Italy. You said that story is coming.
Oh, okay. So, by the way, the link is in chat. It is pinned at the top of the live chat thing. Y'all can come and join me if you want to. Doors open. Even if you don't have anything to say, come on up. So Italy is a possibility. I was contacted by by this company. Several months ago, I was contacted by this company, and I've had bad experience with people, contacting us. They're scammers. They're like, "Oh, we want to order 900 cases. I'm in Bangladesh." I'm like,
Mm-hmm.
whatever. Go talk to my distributor. And they're like, "We want to work with you. Like, what's your license number?" We don't have a license number. Like, all right, well, just fuck off then. But this was a distributor who's like a legit distributor. I've also been contacted by brokers, and they're like, "We want to bring it in, but you got to pay us 2,500." And like, why am I going to pay you to import my whiskey? You pay me to buy my whiskey, and I'll help you sell it. Um, but that's how the brokerage game works. They sign up a bunch of whiskeys to be, so into their catalog. You pay to get into their catalog, and then they take their catalog to uh, uh, bars and restaurants and liquor stores and stuff. And some of them are good at it, and most of them are bad at it. And that's you live and learn. You make those mistakes, and you move on. So Vino something something contacts me, and it's this lady with a. She doesn't have. I don't know if she has an Italian accent. I assume she does. It's over email. I can read the Italian accent in the words that she's writing. Um, and I'm reading it through. And I'm like, okay, we'll see how this goes. And I send her the price list. And I send her the product list, and I do that stuff. And then like 3 days later, she says, "Can you send the price list and contact list?" I'm like, "I've already sent that to you. Don't waste my time." And I just thought it was a scammer, and I passed it off, and it was done. And then, she contacts me again, and I contact her back, and then it kind of goes quiet, and it disappears for a while, and I'm not worried about it. And I go to the Texas Whiskey Fest, talking to a couple of distillers and a couple of the managers of the distilleries, and they're telling me how Texas whiskey sells great outside of Texas. It's just tough in Texas because it's so saturated inside the Texas market, and Texas retailers are lazy and dumb, and they don't want to take in new stuff, and they don't want to talk about new stuff, and they only sell the stuff that sells, and they don't really try to sell any stuff that's local, and all this other shit. And I say, so have you tried any foreign markets too? And he says, actually, we're going to be in Germany really soon, and very likely in Italy. I'm like, really, Italy? What company? And he says, this Alvino company, something something. And I'm like, really, Alvino? I know those guys. So when I got back to Texas or got back home, I Kimmy. Oh, that's Miss Kitty. She just joined chat. When I got back home, I popped open the emails, and I went to find her old email, and I said, "Hey, I just want to know if this is still a thing, is still an opportunity, still a possibility, and since you have an office here in Houston, is it a possibility to come into the office and meet y'all in person?" And she said, "Well, we're in Rome, but yeah, we have people in the Houston office periodically. Let me check and see what their schedule is." And then 2 days later, I'm in that office. I'm talking with this dude Mauricio from Tuscany, and then you gotta turn your music down, Kitty. Hi, welcome to the show. Thanks for coming on. Love you.
Love you.
But yeah, it was 3 days later. I'm meeting with this dude Mauricio. We're having some whiskey, and he gives me some espresso because they're Italian. And then he's like, "Would you like some coffee?" I'm like, "Yeah, sure, I'd love some coffee." "It's espresso." I'm like, "Okay." He said, "Do you want it tall or?" I'm like, "Dude, dealer's choice. I am literally in Rome, and I'll do as the Romans." He chuckled, and he disappears, and he comes back with this cup of espresso, and I'm like, "Awesome, cool." And man, was I wired for the rest of the day. Dude, that shit is like crack cocaine. Oh my God. But he liked my whiskey. And a few days later, I had a box of samples at their office. And I think yesterday was Thursday, right? Today's Friday. Yesterday, they were sending shipments over to Rome for some kind of a beverage tasting expo thing that they're doing at the end of the month. So we're in their catalog. Samples are on the tables. With, I assume, Tuscan cheese grapes or something. I don't know. I don't know Italy, but there's a very real possibility that I will be making a trip to Rome soon. Yeah, I can't wait. That'll be awesome. So what's up, Kitty? You're in Colorado, right?
No, I'm from Colorado, but I'm in Washington State.
From Colorado in Washington State, right? This is like the first time I think we've talked face to face.
Face to face, yeah.
Yeah.
Hello.
I'm pretty sure. I've interacted in chat, but it's the first time we've seen each other face to face.
Yeah.
Benjamin Life has joined the party too. Cheers, Barry Benjamin.
Yeah, I love Flowers. She's amazing.
Wait, how come the name didn't pop up?
What do you mean?
What name?
That?
Look, very Benjamin Life. Oh, it's
That's
on the
his name.
bottom.
Yeah.
Oh, we're not on StreamYards.
Yeah, it's
No,
like
we're not on
really
StreamYard.
weird right now.
That's why. Okay.
Yeah, it's
Right,
like really
right.
weird for me. Like, what are we on right now?
We're on Restream.io. Because I didn't like StreamYard. I should try StreamYard, but Restream is a better value. For a little bit less money, you get a lot more features. So, if I pay money for this service, I will be paying for Restream service, not StreamYard service. Because basically it's like $16 a month for Restream. And for the free Restream, there's like no broadcast limits. For the free StreamYard, I think it's like 16 hours or 24 hours of broadcast limitation. I can have 6 people on panel. I've got 3 out of 6 for StreamYard. I think I can only have 4. And then for the lowest tier paid service for Restream, it's $16 a month versus like I think 24 for StreamYard. I just wasn't. I was using StreamYard. I just wasn't really happy with StreamYard after they got bought. They sold after the pandemic, or I think in 2021, they sold to a video conferencing company, and yeah, they weren't as good for streaming on the web. They changed their focus to video conferencing versus web streaming, and I didn't think they were as good anymore, so I'm not going to give them any more money. But Restream was Bimbo Barbarella's music channel did Restream shows, and that's what reminded me that Restream was a thing. I used to do Restream through OBS and send my show to Twitter and Facebook and YouTube at the same time. But I don't do that anymore. Facebook can just come to YouTube and watch me on YouTube. Screw those guys. Screw those guys. I'm going home. So there you go. And then I can do cool stuff here where I can like
this is pretty.
I can add sources and
I mean,
I can add background. Oh, Kitty just bounced. She'll be back. But I can add background music if I wanted to. I can add a down tempo background.
I think, Joe, from your problems you had with when you used to do StreamYard, the connection is better on Restream.
Yeah, but a lot of my problems were also just the computer. Because I went back and looked at some of my old videos. I've gone back and done the walk down memory lane with my old videos, and I was having a bunch of performance issues with the old videos too, where they'd get choppy, they'd cut out, I'd lose video, stuff like that. But I didn't know it because I wasn't watching. I didn't watch it while I was doing it. I didn't watch, I didn't have it on my phone, so I was just watching the live feed that was coming up, and there was no problem with the live feed. So I didn't know that there was problems. But watching the replays, like, this is chill hop music. Can you hear the music in the background? No.
No, try the music again.
I'll get up all the way to 150. Can you hear it?
Yeah, I hear music now.
Okay. So I can do background music on StreamYard. But I can do background music on this. And I can add a...
Can you add your own, or do you have to use a preset music?
I can probably... Like, this is just... Like, I can add a local video from my computer.
Okay.
Let's see here. Let me see if I can find a... Oh, you know what? I bet I can do my... Is that it? No. I bet I've got a... OneDrive? Videos? No. I'm sure... Network. Where's my Dropbox? Oh, this is my son's computer. I don't have the videos on my son's computer. Never mind. Thanks, Benjamin hears the music. They can hear it out there. I wasn't sure if we'd be able to hear it in here. I can kind of hear it. But I can add videos. I can add a second camera. But I don't have a second camera to connect. I can add presentations, background music, RTMP source. So I can bring in a stream. If I upgrade my service, I can bring in a stream from OBS or Zoom events and add a stream to my video. Let me see. Let me see what he has in his video catch here. But I need a better computer to do any of that stuff because my computer right now just sucks. It can't. It's the processor on my laptop. My processor won't let. It won't process, the stuff going in from both angles at the same time. You know what I mean? It can't process this stuff happening and then the streaming stuff and then the input stuff. It can't. It like there's a traffic jam at my central processing unit. So it's not the graphics issue, I don't think. It's just all the data going back and forth across my computer. It gets jammed up. So, but this computer seems to be handling it just fine. We had Kitty on. I have music playing. Me, I have high def or relatively high def, higher def. And this is just a $300 computer. This isn't anything fancy. So, I think I know what path and if anybody wants to help me with swap. Oh, see, when I swap the video, you and me, on my computer, that takes like 5 minutes because my computer just chokes. But this now allows me to point down here and say, if anyone wants to help me buy my computer, you can contribute to the computer fund through PayPal, Cash App, or Venmo. Here are the links. I will happily accept your money. Also, these are methodologies to buy whiskey. If you would like to buy whiskey, I can sell you whiskey. I can personally sell you whiskey. I go to the store, buy the bottles, put them in a box, put them in the mail, and send them to you. This is where that goes to. Send me an email for more details, info@oldhumbledistilling.com. It's on our About page for the channel. So go do that. Or just, kick me $5, kick me $10. Super chats. Call it a super chat. And I will read whatever message you put on the PayPal or Cash App or Venmo when it comes to me. I will read that message on the air. No matter how vile it is. With certain caveats. I won't do Hitler shit or racial epithets. So there you go. But yeah, I'm super pleased with the Tech-Sploration. This has been a successful technology shakedown. I'm happy. It works. So there we go. There we go. And by the way, we're at $100 out of the $350 goal.
That's cool.
I wish I had a way to put that up, like post that as a. I guess I could put it as a caption. Where's my keyboard? I have my laptop over here on my left. We are at 100 of our 350 goal. All right, let's see if I can post that with the crawl at the same time. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I can do that. Fine.
Okay. So what's happening? Oh, Joe froze. I don't know if he'll be back, so I'll give it a few minutes and we'll see. Yeah, that happens, Benjamin. It could be his computer. So, Ben, what's up with you? Okay. Well, you'll come back. Oh, so I guess you're gonna close this down now, Joe? Yeah. Well, Joe, this has been fun, but I guess I should go too. See ya.
right. And we're back. Fucking hell. I'm good. I fixed it. I fixed it. I don't know what happened. I do not know what happened. I do not know what happened. But my entire fucking internet crashed. I don't know. I don't know why. I never lost the actual feed.
Hello.
Hello, son.
So it's probably your state in the internet.
Yeah, it was something with the router. I went over there and like the internet button was flashing and then it stopped. It was like solid green again. I'm like, okay, well, I guess it was just my presence that was the thing that made it work.
All right.
So, but the stream stayed up the whole time. It was just everything went down, everything shut down, but the stream stayed up, which, all right, so it's a mystery to me. But it just killed all the engagement that was on the channel. But that's fine, whatever. Whatevs. Anyway, don't forget to subscribe today. Computer Fund. All right, so what's up? What's going on? Where were we? What were we talking about? Computer Fund. That's what we were talking about.
Oh, you were talking about how you can get music in the background and all the fancy things you can do.
Yeah, I'm really satisfied with Restream. If I had two cameras, I can do a 2-camera shoot.
Ooh.
Because I can add a second camera to my setup over here.
A second camera might be good for when you do your lives at the distillery.
Yeah, exactly. I could, because that's what I do through OBS. I have my 2 cameras. I have my 2 cameras that are working. One on me and one on my stuff, and then I can, have the wide frame. If I have a band, I can have the wide frame and the close frame. If I have somebody actually working a camera or one of those tracking cameras that tracks the guitar player or the singer or whatever, I can have the one camera tracking that person and the wide camera looking at the whole band. Yeah, I mean, it gives me a lot of functionality that I don't have with StreamYard. At least I don't think I had it with StreamYard. I don't remember having it with StreamYard. So, yeah. So there you go. I like Restream a lot. It's a nice little platform.
Cool.
And I think it's a little bit more functional than StreamYard, and it's cheaper than StreamYard. So, and all of that comes together because I like cheap. I like cheaper a lot.
You should talk to Ike. Ike's making his own setup.
Yeah, I've already talked. I know about that. I told him I'm willing to try it out when he gets it running. I'm willing to try it. Let's see here. I can set my background color to my to my logo color. Cool. That's not the blue that I want, though. That's the blue that I want. Yeah.
I don't see the color changing to blue.
It's subtle. It's very subtle.
I see like grays and black.
Yeah. Well, no, that's the background, and your name. The name.
Oh, that whole thing.
Yeah, that
Gotcha.
one.
Yeah.
All right. Anyway, but yeah, I'm very, very much satisfied with the way this tech is shaking up, except for my router crashing. Very much satisfied with how this is shaking out.
Well, that happens.
Yeah, to me, all the time.
Well, find better service, I guess.
Yeah, I guess.
I'll tell you.
Welcome to Texas. Best state in the country, except for by every metric to measure.
You know what? Your state might not be the worst.
Yeah, I know. There's Florida
and Tennessee.
Yeah. I mean, but actually, it's the God's honest truth when it comes to education, educational outcomes, healthcare, poverty rate, income gap, wage gap, wealth gap, public services, private availability or access to private schools, murders of all kinds,
guns,
representation, donations to politicians, like by any metric that you could possibly come up with. Any metric that you could possibly come up with, Texas is in the bottom 10 of the country.
And you know what people think? It's where I live because of Chicago. Everyone always assumes Chicago is the worst.
Yeah, no. Texas has a higher murder rate than Chicago. Most cities in Texas have a higher murder rate than Chicago.
You know what?
But it's not even the cities in Texas that are the high murder rate places. It's the rural areas.
When we try to explain
this, you have a higher chance of getting murdered in Hidalgo County than you do in Harris County.
When we try to explain this to certain people we know, they point to Chicago and they think it's that place. It's what I've noticed is people need to educate themselves more. That's all.
It's not the self-education. I've talked about this too.
Oh, I mean proper education.
It's not even that. I don't think it's just that they're dishonest with what it is that they think, they say, and what they do, because they'll say something, right? And then when you ask them, like, to unpack that, like, tell me more about that, and actually engage them in conversation, they'll almost immediately contradict themselves, and they'll walk down a path where what they said originally isn't true. And then, you say, well, why do you believe that first thing? And then they'll go back and just repeat it because they just repeat it. Like, that's part of their personality. But then when they're like when we've spoken with a mutual acquaintance from the internet who carries a gun to protect himself and his family and to make sure that nothing bad happens. And then when you say, well, why don't you wear a sash and a cape to let other people know that you have a gun so that if anything bad happens, they can come to you and you can protect them too. And he says, because I don't want to protect other people. And so do you really think that standing there with a gun is going to protect your family? Or are you going to take your family and try to get them to safety? Like, what's the first instinct? Are you going to try to get your family to safety, or are you going to stand there and just start shooting? And when they're honest, they say, well, I'm going to try and get my family to safety. And I say, okay, well, then why are you carrying a gun to begin with? Oh, because I want to protect my family. Well, you just said you're not going to protect your family. You're going to get them to safety. Why? What are you doing? You're not honest with yourself.
Most of
And
the
I don't think it's
people
education. I think it's just honesty.
Most of the people mean to self-protect, like where they live. I think that's what they mean by I want to protect my family.
But
What
that's not what they do
this
in practice.
individual was trying to explain was that out in the world, he doesn't want to help them. Just the people he loves in his neck of the woods.
Mm-hmm.
At least that's what I think, but I'm not, like, I can't say definitively. That's how I took it.
Yeah, fuck everybody else. But just me and my own. Yeah.
But the problem is when we have to make laws to better our lives, it fucks it all up. Because they're not. Maybe with Tucker Carlson gone, maybe things can get slightly better.
Maybe. I doubt it. It requires people to be honest with them, to be honest with themselves and actually think for themselves.
But don't you understand?
To a large extent, any people don't think for themselves.
I love these.
They don't want to waste time and energy thinking for themselves. They take a position and they just accept the position based on what somebody else says, and they don't think about it.
I love these people. I'm not naming names. I love these people, but they'll say the same. I don't know about you, but because we're pretty close in politics, but I've heard people make that argument about me because they call me a liberal, even though I don't use that term to describe myself, and they'll think I need to properly educate myself, that I just regurgitate position. And then some dude was talking to me, and his words, I've never, like, this is the first time I met him, and he goes, you seem pretty reasonable. You have logic, and you think things through, and he classified me as a centrist.
Mm-hmm.
That's the first time in my 44 years someone has ever called me a centrist. Because he thought I was rational and reasonable, and that's why he called me a centrist.
Mm-hmm. You see, I used to be a conservative until conservatives lost their fucking minds and started, supporting neo-libertarian and fascist fucking viewpoints.
Did you vote? Did you vote for that party?
I've never. The first time I voted for a major political party candidate was when I voted for Hillary Clinton in 2016, because I had voted for the Independent in 2008 and 2012. I didn't vote for Barack Obama. I supported him by the end of his presidency, but I never voted for him, except for one time. I voted for him in a primary. And then before that was George Bush. I think I voted third party in his second election, and I think I voted third party in his first election. Ross, I might have voted for Bill Clinton, but I think I voted Libertarian. But in my defense, that was the 1990s when both parties were pretty much the same.
All right. Now, when I tell people this ditty, I might have mentioned to you, but I've told people this about myself, because the people we know, they think I'm a communist, Marxist, socialist. I'm somewhere in all that. Okay? And I voted for 3 different political parties in my lifetime. I voted in no particular order: Republicans, Democrats, and the Green Party.
Mm-hmm.
I've shifted thinking. And way back in the day, I should have voted for Ralph Nader, but somebody convinced me to only worry about the 2 standard parties.
Yeah.
And then after the whole Bush, the second time we had a Bush,
yeah,
I realized, don't listen to adults. If you properly educate yourself, you have to come to your own conclusions about politics, because most people won't fact check and they don't know what they're talking about.
Well,
even if they may be very intellectual, like they can answer questions on Jeopardy, or they have fancy degrees and they prove their academics, somehow adults with politics, refuse to actually know stuff. Teach yourself. And ever since then, I properly educated myself. And
Yeah.
that got and that got me when I properly educated myself. Republicans are not it, but what else is out there? I'm still trying to figure out. There's got to be some alternative to the Republicans, and the Democratic Party really isn't it. But
Yeah.
they're slightly okay.
Well, fortunately, they are it. You see, in the 1990s, the Democratic Party abandoned the state of Texas. So there was one party, and that party was steadily losing its mind, which is why through the 1990s, I was voting third party candidates because it didn't matter. It legitimately didn't matter in the state of Texas who you voted for, because in the state of Texas, the Republicans were going to win because the Democrats abandoned the party.
But you know what?
And also in the 1990s, it wasn't, the parties weren't drastically different. There was like this unspoken agreement that they would say they would do stuff, but not actually do it. Right? And then, there was the contract with America that wasn't particularly controversial. The Republicans said they were going to do stuff on the national level, and they did it on the national level, but it wasn't particularly controversial. You had a Democratic president, Republican Congress.
Oh, the contract for America. Oh my God, I remember that.
It was bad politics, but it was good governance because everybody knew where everybody stood, and they kind of stayed within the center lanes of American politics. They were center right or center left. They stayed in the center lanes, and they said, this is what we want to do. Like, we want to ban abortion, but we're not really going to ban abortion. We want to ban guns, but we're not really going to ban guns. And everybody kind of accepted, we want to raise taxes, but we're not really going to raise taxes.
They're also very dangerous.
We're not really going to cut taxes. And it was this understood concept that, like, this is what we want to do, but we're not really going to do it. We're going to restrain ourselves.
What? That combination is dangerous because it gets people too complacent, and
that's exactly what happened.
And then they think it'll never happen, and then they
exactly what happened.
And I actually think that was a setup.
I don't think it was done on purpose.
No. I think it was a setup that they said for a certain amount of years they won't do X. That way, because the running gag in America is nobody pays attention. You don't know what the politicians are actually doing. Yeah. And so I eventually felt in my short years on earth that something like that was going to happen. Illinois actually predicted this. We predicted this was going to happen because when Governor Pritzker took over, actually, before Governor Pritzker took over, we had a Republican. He was a nicer version of Donald Trump, but we got him to do very progressive thing on women's reproductive care. And then it carried over to J.B. Pritzker because we saw this coming.
Okay.
But Donald Trump let that thing leak out. Well, I have a list of all these conservative judges that I could put on the Supreme Court.
Donald Trump,
that whole thing,
25 years after all that, though.
Yes, but my point is, we set it up so that when Roe v. Wade was going to go bye-bye, our state would not be affected. We set it up on purpose because we look at these dumbass states. No offense, but we look at these dumbass states and we go, we don't want to be like that. So, like in Illinois, for example, it's going to be illegal to ban books. It's going to be illegal for schools to ban books. And if the school libraries ban books, then they cannot get grants or they cannot get the funding. Because we're tired of, because what people don't realize is that even though we're all different, what one state does really affects every other state because of commerce and because of the flow of where people want to go to school or move to. It really does affect people's lives.
Oh, even more so now.
And that's why we try to figure out how not to be like that.
Well, it affects even more so now because, like, Texas will determine what the history books are for the entire country. Ohio will determine what the science books are for the entire country because they buy so many science books or they buy so many history books. Right. And there's only 2 bookmakers for textbooks, and that's how it is. But there's something that happened. It was the 9/11 thing happened. The terrorist attacks that happened. That changed politics in America. We went from this this concept in our minds of, we'll say we're going to do something, but we're not really going to do it, to this more absolute notion. And I felt myself drawn into it too. I was in the same boat where, you can't tolerate regimes around the world. Like in the Cold War world, we would tolerate bad regimes if they did our bidding. Like it was okay if you were a dictator. You could kill as many of your citizens
Oh
as you
yeah.
wanted to, just so long you were on our side. But as soon as you became an irritant, we'd replace you with another person that was friendly to us, and then you could be friendly to us and a terrible person at home. But then in the early 2000s, after September 11th, the political ethos, and to a large extent the national ethos, was, well, we can't put up with that shit. We need to align ourselves with good countries, good democracies, good, decent, human rights supporting countries, and then we need to change regimes for all the countries that aren't. Let's go, starting with Iraq.
I agree with this. I agree with your analysis.
And that was the beginning of a change from we'll say one thing and we'll do another, and that's still a large part of our foreign policy too. We've seen that with Pakistan, and we'll kill a terrorist on your soil and you be outraged and we'll be apologetic, but everything's cool. We saw that with the Snowden leaks and the WikiLeaks shit. It's fine. Like we know that's the game still in foreign policy stuff, but there was this slow, steady creeping towards this idea on domestic politics that maybe we should do what we say we're going to do, and not just play around with it. Like, yeah, we all want healthcare. We'll do healthcare, but everybody knows they're not really going to do healthcare, right? And then in 2008, that changed because one party actually did the thing they said they were going to do. The thing they said they were going to do is, well, maybe we'll elect a black guy to be president. And everyone's like, you're not really going to elect a black guy to be president. And they're like, well, we could do it. And they're like, you're not really going to do it. Well, maybe we'll elect a woman. You're not really going to elect a woman. Maybe we will. And that was the election of 2008, a woman and a black guy. And the Democratic Party did what they said they were going to do. The people, the Democratic voters, did what they said they were going to do. And then that was kind of this oh shit moment. Like, if they're going to do what they say they're going to do, are they going to do that with all the other stuff too? And the Republican Party was eviscerated. They had a 2/3 majority. The Democrats had 2/3 majority. They had this post-mortem. That's the word I'm thinking of. Post-mortem report, and all the demographics were pointing away from the Republican Party.
Was that after Obama got elected?
That was after Obama got elected. Yeah, when they elected the black guy, they did what they said they were going to do, and everybody freaked the fuck out. Like, holy shit, maybe they're going to do what they say they're going to do now. They did to a little bit of an extent.
I actually think we might.
But when the Republicans had that post-mortem, they had two paths to go down. One was the more inclusive, more open, more big tent Republican Party, and the other was
Republicans will never do that.
Well, that was the crossroads in 2009. The other path was a more pure party, where we do what we say we're going to do. We get rid of all the rhinos. We boil it down. We do what we say we're going to do. And they did what they said they were going to do. We should do what we say we're going to do. And fuck it. And they went the route of absolutely fucking crazy. And got more and more and more and more and more and more and more draconian. Every single election ran their way to the bottom of the
You know what I think? Because I've been in spaces where it's not a lot of diversity. So I hear what some white people say that's not so nice about the world. And I have concluded that since Obama was president and after his presidency, a segment of the population in the United States is doing, whether they understand it, it's a calculated thing, or it's their subconscious they didn't realize, It's a reaction to having a black man as president. Trump
Oh
and
yeah,
all that.
to a large extent.
And it's getting worse. And I feel Americans pay too much attention to the South. Not that it isn't important, because every state is, but I feel the Midwest is becoming like the South. One day I
Yeah.
saw on the news that there were like these dudes, they covered their face. I think they might have had flags. I can't recall. And they were upset that there were drag queens or transgenders near them. And they acted like neo-Nazis somewhere in Ohio. Did
Yeah,
you
it was
see
Ohio
that?
just like last week.
But you know what I'm saying? Everyone thinks it's just the South. But I had a sneaking suspicion if we just concentrated on the South. I saw that thinking some of the aspects of the bad stuff of the South, people started to think like that in the Midwest. And I don't know why it seeped to the Midwest, but in
Oh
some
yeah,
ways
it's not just the South. That's a
coming to the
that's a
Midwest.
common misnomer.
And I also,
And it was a cultural artifact from the post Reconstruction era when there was the uh, uh, Great Migration, is what it was, when all the black
right,
people left the South and went back up north, and the backlash to that when they left the South and went to the urban areas of the North where the factories were. There was this huge backlash because there was the same in the Midwest and East. There was the same attitudes towards minorities that there was in the South. It was just abolish slavery in the North, and in the South it was keep them as slaves. But they still thought they were second-class citizens. It's
right,
west of the Mississippi where the attitudes are different because the colonization and homesteading in the West was drastically different. And you see this. The evidence of this is when you look at marriage patterns east of the Mississippi versus west of the Mississippi. If you look at the Old North and the Old South and west of the Mississippi, the rate of miscegenation, which is the mixing of races, the rate of that in the west of the Mississippi, is dramatically higher to this day, dramatically higher west of the Mississippi than it is in either the South or the traditional old line North.
right.
They just don't mix. Even to this day, in old northern states and old southern states, the races stay separate. In marriage, I'm talking in marriage and relationships.
But
West of the Mississippi, blacks and whites get married all the time. Well, relatively speaking, all the time. It's like, I don't know, something like 20%, 20, 30%. It's like 4 or 5 times higher
and
in
you
the
know
West than it is
what?
in the East.
Some people have pointed out that if the education about the Civil War is completely different geographically where you live, and some lady, where did she live? She lived in Illinois. I don't know if she was born in Illinois, but she eventually lived in Illinois. But she has relatives, and she lived for a time in Louisiana, and she was also in the military, so she's been all over. And she kind of made the point that depending on where you live and how you learn about the Civil War, that's why certain places act the way they do, like why these things are still a trend, what you just mentioned. You know, like we were talking about neo-Nazis, and because of how people have this attitude about the Civil War. So I think we need to actually figure out the correct history to teach, and for generations to come, start teaching the correct history. I think that has something to do with it.
Yeah, curriculum in the schools matters. The fact that you can't the fact that the democratization of information delivery is helping tremendously today. You know, you can get your information YouTube, TikTok, but it also means that there's a lot of bad information. The same way that there's good and bad biblical interpretation because everybody has a Bible and everybody can interpret.
Exactly.
There's good and bad historical interpretation because everybody has a history feed and everybody can interpret it. So some people are better at it than others. And you still have the dumbasses who are like, states' rights.
But it also depends on how much education you get. Because but I watch The View. I know people don't like The View, and you don't have to like The View. But Sunny Hostin made the point that she didn't learn. Basically, she went to on to be a lawyer. Okay. She went to Notre Dame for law school. Where she went for her undergrad, I don't know. But she said during her college time, she actually ended up taking African American studies. And that's how she ended up learning a lot of things, you know, because we're not taught a lot of things.
Mm-hmm.
So some people are better at interpretation because they might have a higher education of properness on history.
Well, yeah.
Because a lot of people still, when you try to explain to them about politics and history, that this is not the correct fact, they can't accept it and they double down on ignorance.
Yeah, because the radio guy told them what it was.
That's why we need to get rid of these Moms for Liberty. This is just my opinion. The Moms for Liberty group. See, like they're screaming, why don't the parents have the right to know what their kids are learning, and why don't they have a say? In theory, parents should, but these American parents got brainwashed into thinking the wrong things are happening, and because they're asking to have these things reversed, public education is getting worse. And American families won't have the money to send their kids to private schools. And then if they do, they're going to go to the Christian school. So fascism is very much going to come. Because I felt growing up in the Midwest and what I see, if we didn't notice that fascism was not just in the South, my opinion was it's actually going to happen. So I think it's going to get a lot worse unless we smarten up.
I think.
But you're pretty smart, see.
I'm worried about the fascist trends that we have, but the solution to that is a robust civic environment.
That's why I like
a robust and educated and an open discussion, because if you're engaged and you're thoughtful and you're working and you're or working in the town square mentality and civic minded, that's how you inoculate yourself against fascism, because fascism grows out of apathy. A collapse of democracy combined with capitalism breeds fascism.
I understand, but here's the thing. We know plenty of people who they'll still make the remarks politics is boring and who gives a shit, but they engage in those discussions, but they don't know what the F they're talking about.
Yeah.
And we can't get them to at least admit your fact is wrong, learn some more.
Well, but that's the whole thing.
That's why I think
as long as they're engaged,
like the curriculum for generations to come to override that trend. That's just what I think. I'm not saying I'm right with my solution. It's just I don't know what else to do.
Well, it's too late for the people in their 20s and 30s. But I would rather you be openly ignorant and talking about your ignorance than quietly ignorant and just, living in your ignorance without voicing it. Because if you voice it, you're engaged. You're engaged, you're connected, you're doing the things.
No,
right?
See, okay.
I would rather you be ignorant and engaged, because then you can be steered and turned. And I'm not talking about the ignorant and engaged people who are at the rallies and at the mobs and all this. I'm talking about the ignorant, engaged people that you meet at the Starbucks, that you just bump into on a regular basis. Like when I was out doing at the HTX Whiskey Weekend, I'm doing a tasting, and we're joking about something and and something about Ukraine, something. She's like, "Oh, I don't see why we're sending all this stuff to Ukraine." I'm like, actually, there's really good reasons that we should stand up for democracies all around the world. And her ignorance, her stupid ignorant statement sparked at least a quick little 5-minute conversation. I didn't change her mind, but maybe somewhere down the road, she takes a break from Fox News for a couple of days, and she remembers somebody one time saying, actually, Ukraine isn't the most corrupt country in Europe. It's actually Hungary and Russia. Russia is the problem, not fucking Ukraine.
Okay. Your scenario, I would give you like a high five if we were in the 90s. Okay, this is just my opinion. If we were in the 90s, because this is just my opinion. Ever since the pandemic, the ladies of The View were trying to make the point, maybe we have to regulate certain information that gets out, because the problem is with the internet now, people either have never been taught critical thinking these days, or it escapes them when they're looking stuff up. And the fastest thing that happens is because of Twitter, most likely, people post, I post, you post, repost, and the wrong information spreads like wildfire. And so I think I would much rather purposely make people learn the right info than hope for the best. If we weren't in this age of all this technology happening too fast with the knowledge spreading of wrong information, I'd go your method. You see? Because the ladies of The viewpoint was not that you want government
the information though.
But here's the problem. The ladies of The View's point was during the pandemic, when people got the wrong information, they wanted government to act on the wrong information, and it actually will ruin society and make things 1,000 times worse for everybody else.
Yeah.
Gone are the days where their ignorance just affects them. Well, that's what I think their point.
Well, but even with the ignorance of the fucking vaccine morons, and I had him on my show too. Fucking McTubis would come on, and I don't mind calling his dumb ass out. Fucking McTubis would come out, and the reason I don't mind calling him out is because he fucking committed the cardinal sin of telling me that he hoped my business failed, so he can fuck off and suck a dick. But that dumb son of a bitch would come on my show, into my chat, and talk about how fucking vaccines will change your DNA, and he has family members who are doctors, and he would just lie through his fucking teeth the whole time. Every single time he made a comment, it was a fucking lie.
How do you know he was purposely lying and not being ignorant? Because
I know he was lying because if he
had
family members who were doctors, they wouldn't have told him that mRNA vaccines change your DNA.
Wait just a minute.
If he did, and if they did, then they're lying to him, and he just blatant, outright lies. Even if he didn't know they were lies, he was repeating lies, and he was told they were lies, and he repeated the lies. So he's a liar.
Well, I don't want to name this person, but we know of a woman who's a doctor that comes into your chat, but let's not name the name, and she is against vaccines or the vaccine for the pandemic.
I don't know who that is.
You don't know who?
She's never said it to me. Because I would call her fucking out loud and in her face and point my finger at her and say, that is bullshit. You are wrong. You are lying.
No, I don't think she's lying. I just think she is against the vaccine for the pandemic.
Any doctor who says that vaccines don't work for whatever reason, now qualifying that.
I don't know if she would make that claim. I can't say she made that claim.
There's reasons to be to this day to be cautious about any kind of vaccine. There's reasons to be cautious, but the good outweighs the bad on every vaccine. You can have an allergic reaction to the polio vaccine, but the allergic reaction to the polio vaccine is rare, slow and rare, or exceptionally rare, uncommon, rare. It fleetingly barely ever happens. But no, I don't have patience for that shit. At this point, it's not ignorance. It's lying. It is straight up lying, especially if you're a doctor.
Again, some people I can't tell the difference. Some people I suspect it's for political power and they're told to do this. All I know is that they're not spewing out the right info.
But even in the pandemic madness, the madness where people like normal civilian people like you and me were repeating lies and saying dumb shit and repeat, that didn't affect policy. They still had the vaccine stations. They still had they still had people going to get the vaccines. They still had the vaccine rollouts.
Right, but
They
it
still had
did.
the clinical trials. They still had the they still had the vaccine. The stadiums full of people getting vaccinated. The drive-through vaccine. They still
But
did it.
but for some people that was the but for some people I know that's how they voted on politics. If they were too
Oh, but that's the public. That's the marketplace of ideas. And
yeah, but the reason why they were
I'm still an
voting
optimist about it, and I would still rather have an open marketplace of ideas, knowing full well that there's going to be bad actors for personal cause, personal benefit, and for some strange reason, people who carry the water for these people and repeat their lies and repeat their lies and repeat their lies for no personal benefit of their own. I don't
but
know
see,
why,
I can't
but I would much rather have that and trust the ability of people to discern good information from bad information
no.
than have some council of people decide what information we're allowed to get.
No, I don't mean what information we're allowed to get. No. Here's where I have the problem again. It goes back to my point. Because it's not the 90s anymore, and people get more of their info on the internet, and they can't discern what a real fact is anymore. I find your scenario will not work for this time frame because think about it. Going through the pandemic, and if people learn the wrong info and they believe it, because a lot of people were out protesting and they wanted their politicians to do different things and they were going to vote based off their not too brightness, you could have actually killed people because of the autoimmune compromise.
Well, it did kill people.
But it's very
About
dangerous.
1 million of them.
And that's why I cannot accept people and their ignorance anymore. I can't.
Oh yeah. Oh no, I don't give people a pass for their ignorance. There's no
No,
excuse.
but your idea of
But I absolutely positively do not want some official council deciding what information is allowed to be posted on social media or out there. I mean, there's editorial boards at newspapers that determine what's good information and bad information that go out in their newspapers.
Okay.
And I firmly believe that social media networks should be held liable when they propagate and spread misinformation, because those algorithms are not simply bulletin boards that have paper posted on the wall and you just get lucky and see whatever happens.
So
they're
then
feeding you fucking information, and they absolutely should be liable for misinformation. And I should be able to sue Facebook if somebody dies in my family because of misinformation that they get.
So for example, since Zuckerberg is in charge of Facebook, he's still in charge of Facebook, right? It's not called Facebook anymore, but we'll use him as
Zuckerberg's still in charge, yes.
Okay. So you're saying to me, if I'm trying to understand here, you want him to make the determination of what is propaganda or not correct info?
No. Not Zuckerberg. Not.
Well, wait a minute. You were saying the social media companies should be held responsible, but who's going to be the watchdog and tell them this is an inaccurate medical fact on COVID or whatever?
Well, there's editorial boards at the New York Times. There should be editorial boards at the social media companies too.
Okay, that's what I was getting at.
They're feeding you information that should go through some kind of filter at the company, where they do this now, where they say this information has been proved to be inaccurate. They have the little warnings on the fucking post. This.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering.
Is not accurate. They tell you this is not accurate. And then you have people bitching and moaning like, "Oh, we're being censored." No, you're posting misinformation, you fucking nitwits.
So that's the editorial board who makes those determinations?
For lack of a better term, yeah.
What do you think it's some like unnamed, like however the algorithms?
Yeah, I mean they should be. They should be employees of the companies that are propagating this information. They should be employees of that company, and they should absolutely, the company should absolutely be held responsible if they're propagating misinformation.
Okay, but how do we know where they're getting their info from?
Who gives a shit?
Well, what I mean is,
I don't care
how
where
do
they're
we
getting
know?
it from.
What I'm
I
saying
should
is,
be able. If somebody in my family dies from a disease because or a condition or whatever because YouTube told my family member that it was okay for them to skip vaccines, then I should be able to sue YouTube for propagating that information and whoever made that video to begin with.
no, what I'm trying to get across is, how do we know
It's
that
hard to
these
prove it,
people
but still.
who are supposed to do the fact checking, are they themselves also not going to be, um, thinking what a real fact is, and they got it wrong? Like, how do we make sure that this
At some
problem
point,
doesn't happen again?
at
Because
some
people
point,
aren't perfect.
at some point, you got to stop stacking the turtles.
Okay, I was just curious
At
what
some
you
point,
thought.
because you got the editorial board at the New York Times. Well, who selects the editorial board of the New York Times? Well, the managers of the New York Times. Well, who selects the managers? Well, their bosses. Well, who selects them? Well, their boss. Who selects them? With their boss. At some point, you got to say, okay, enough.
Okay.
We got to the top. The top guy hires people who hires people who hires people, but the CEO of the New York Times doesn't hire the editorial board any more than the president orders around the privates in the fucking army.
All right, I agree
There's
with
a
all
chain of
this.
command. Who hires, I don't give a shit. But it should be at that company. And that's where it should start and that's where it should end. And it would be tough to prove that, my Nana got misinformation from that video, and that video was fed to her YouTube feed by YouTube, and that's what caused her to die. Because it's a combination of a bunch of other factors, obviously.
Maybe.
But I can tell you this: if I'm the bartender at a bar and I give you a drink, and you take that drink and you get drunk, that's your last drink of the night. You take your keys, get in your car, and murder somebody on the street because you were drunk driving. I'm held liable for that murder because I gave you the drink and I made you a drunk driver and I didn't do anything to stop you from going out and committing murder. I'm liable. If I'm liable as a bartender for doing that, YouTube should be liable as a social media network for doing the same goddamn thing.
Oh, that's why people want gun manufacturers to be
Gun manufacturers
liable.
should be liable for the same, maybe not gun manufacturers, but certainly gun dealers. If I sell you a gun and you go murder somebody, I should be held liable because I gave you a gun when you walked into my shop and said, I need a gun that can kill as many people as possible. And I said, you know what will do it? This one right here will do that trick.
But wait a minute. In that scenario, though, I'm not positive. I don't really know much about gun culture, but I'm under the impression that the vast majority of people who get a gun, they don't go off and tell people what they're gonna do with that gun. Like,
No,
I mean, if they're gonna do very bad things.
Yeah.
Like, so the dealer, you said the dealer should be held responsible.
Mhm.
But how do we know? I'm not sure that's the answer either, is my point.
I guarantee
Because the vast majority of people will not know that that person is going to do something bad other than maybe hunt with.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're a peanut lover.
Guarantee if the dealer's held liable, they'll find out and they'll make sure that gun doesn't get into somebody's hands who's going to cause.
I mean, in that scenario, the only thing I could envision is maybe they would be on the alert if they suspected somebody had mental illness. Mm-hmm. But sometimes we think people are mentally ill and they're not.
I would rather if you are acting like you're mentally ill, I would rather you still not get a gun. I would rather them err on the side of caution. I would rather people who are perfectly sane, happy, normal be denied by a dealer to get their gun than allow it to go into the hands of somebody who would cause the harm.
I agree with you, but people who are more nuts,
false
that
negative.
I would classify as, and we know some of these people, what do they call themselves? 2A absolutists. They would
Yeah.
see that
A
as,
lot of those
oh my
people are
God, the
fully
government's
dishonest
incompetent.
and do
They
not
can't do
deserve government.
anything. These laws do nothing. And then they're going to double down on, we can't have more gun control because they don't work.
Yeah. What ultimately is going to happen, though, is the more we hide behind the Second Amendment and use it in ways that it was never intended to be used,
More people die.
the more likelihood that the Second Amendment will get repealed entirely.
Why don't we go with that route?
And, well, because, I mean, at this point, we can take it or leave it. I mean, we're seeing in Ukraine what happens when people who don't have Second Amendment protections get attacked by Russia. They fucking defend themselves against Russia. The Second Amendment doesn't help defend you against Russia. You can do it without the Second Amendment. But the problem, the issue is that the more what these Second Amendment absolutists think they're doing is protecting the Second Amendment. Well, what they're really doing is putting it at risk.
Yeah.
Because the more they do it and use it and hide behind it in a way that it was never intended to be used and done and hid behind, the more likely it is that more sane, rational people say, okay, well, that's the problem. Let's get rid of that problem. And then and those people are putting my Second Amendment rights at risk. That's why I cannot stand those people. They're dishonest. And they're intellectually bankrupt because they say and do things that are inconsistent with what it is that they say that they want to happen.
But I think that's not just that issue. People who vote opposite, if we're going with the two standard parties, I have made an observation. People who don't vote the way we do or consider politics the way we do, they seem to do that on every issue. The opposite.
Oh, absolutely. They vote against their best interest all the time. And it's mind-boggling because
Joy Behar points that out because she says that if you're not very rich, just the idea of you're not very rich, why should you ever vote Republican? Because at least she'll acknowledge the Democrats aren't perfect, okay? And I think sometimes they do a little too much rah-rah, sis, boom, bah. Democrats are better than they should be given credit for. But their point is the Democrats at least try to help you, or at least they talk about issues that could potentially get into law, whereas Republicans won't think about you. So why bother with them?
Well, like the common meme now is one party says we want to give health care to everybody, and the other party says, what about all them faggots? So it's like they're not even talking about solving the same problem. One party's talking about a problem that actually exists and solving the problem. The other party is making up a fake boogeyman. That's it. That's where we stand.
But the problem with that scenario is
we want you to we want child care for every man, woman, and child in the United States so that you don't have to go to work in order to pay for child. We want child care to be covered and paid for. And then the other group is, yeah, but what about men using the wrong bathroom? Like, that's not a thing. What's your fucking deal? Like, there's one high school kid who's playing.
Oh, did you lose connection again? Yeah. Yep. Anyways, it's getting late. Maybe we should just call it. All right, so Very Benjamin, you're still here. Great to see you. So, Benjamin, what do you have to say about anything? Yeah, Benjamin, what do you have to say about any of this? Got any opinions? Truthfully, I just want our country to get better. That's all. So, everybody, in the meantime, if you're tuning in, we are waiting for Joe to come back, Old Humble. Actually, Old Humble, because he had a power surge that knocked everything offline. He's going to try and reconnect. Hi, Vanessa Kitty. What's up with you? Vanessa Kitty, are you making anything cool? And welcome, Vanessa Kitty. It's always great to see you.
You there?
Hello.
Son? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right. That was the freakiest fucking thing.
What
Like all
happened
the
this
lights
time?
went out.
Oh.
The lights went out. Everything. I lost everything. It was gone. It was so messed up, and I'm still waiting to get my internet back. Welcome to Texas.
Oh.
Let's see if I can. I'm still trying over here. Lights went out. Computer shut. The computer full on shut down and
Well, that
rebooted.
stinks.
Yeah, the computer rebooted. I don't want to connect to Wi-Fi. Gee. Anyway, what was I talking about? I was like right in the middle of a fucking sentence. Doesn't matter. Anyway, we were talking about how the parties aren't the same anymore. And you know, there's a lot of people that I'll talk to that'll say like, "Well, I can't bring myself to vote for the Democratic Party anymore." And
Yeah, because we're too woke.
And I'll be like, well, like, what part about it do you not like? Do you not think that the rich should have higher taxes? Do you not think that the wealth gap should be closed? Do you not think that people should have health care? Like, what part of Democrat policies do you not like other than equality for humanity, right?
Basically, the people I know, it's one of two things or a combo. Taxation. For example, my father did well for himself and he got to take my mommy all over the world, okay? And they got themselves to the like Scandinavian countries and they've been to France and Germany and blah, blah, blah. So somewhere when they were traveling to Europe, my father learned what the taxation rate was. And he heard, you know how you just hear the percent of taxation?
Mm-hmm.
And he freaked out. And what we tried to explain when Bernie Sanders says, if you give health care for all, Medicare for all, your taxes will go up slightly. Hello, Joe and Joe. Your taxes will go up slightly, but in the long run, what you would have paid for health care would be a lot less, so you would save more money. But
Yeah.
all my father heard was whatever that percentage number was, and he freaks out because it's a higher percentage. But either too many Americans can't believe that we would get good service for our taxes, so they don't want to take the risk because they think they would lose more money, but they don't actually pay enough attention.
Right.
And I used to watch somebody before I met you, maybe like 2015, 2016. She was born and raised in Wisconsin. Eventually, she moved to Germany to live. And she remarked she pays a higher rate of taxes than most Americans probably would. They'd be shocked. But she
Yeah.
says we get a lot of services in return. And she was making that argument, what I'm trying to say.
Right.
And most people don't travel to Europe, or when they do, like you would have thought my father would have gotten more information.
Well, it's the same. It's the same way here in Texas with property taxes. We have a low state income or the zero state income tax and the low sales tax for the state, but our property taxes are through the fucking roof.
That's because
And you come live in the state of Texas and you think the cost of living is cheap because there's no income tax and sales tax are low, and then you buy a house and you find out that you're fucking paying a ridiculous amount of money for property taxes.
Well, here's the thing. My brother couldn't get a job. He works in the printing field. So naturally it's probably hard to find a printing gig. But you have to consider he's in his 50s, so him trying to get a different career going is kind of harder when you're in that age. But anyway, he went to Florida, okay? And Florida's a no income state tax
Yeah.
state. And that must have been one of their hurrahs. And I'm going, oh, my brother didn't do enough research. This was just my little talking to myself. Okay? And because my sister-in-law remarked, now where they lived, I can't remember, but I think it wasn't Miami, but it might have been in the southern part of the state. But potentially it could have been a little bit more touristy in that way, but it was not Miami. And she remarked that the food and a lot of other things cost more money, and she was shocked. And I thought to myself, yeah, because you're in a no income tax state, and you need revenue somehow because the government's still going to have to function.
Yeah.
And so just because you don't have taxes, you have to understand that it's going to be made up somewhere else. And the somewhere else is usually deemed regressive. So the taxes will hit you harder. Because she said food, because she remarked food was insanely high. And when my brother and sister-in-law each had their own car, because in the suburbs, you almost everyone has to have a car.
Yes, absolutely.
And when they moved to Florida, I overheard him talking to my father on the phone. And I said, what was that all about, Father? And he goes, they almost had to pay over $4,000 for 2 cars for auto insurance because Florida is a no-fault insurance state.
Yeah.
So sometimes the point is less government doesn't always mean it's better for you.
Yeah, that's 100% right. Because what happens with less government is private companies fill in that space. So instead of getting a $400 a month tax credit or a $400 a week tax credit, let's be honest, fucking childcare costs $400 a week. A $400 a week tax credit or a $400 a week direct payment from the tax base, you have to come out of pocket to pay $400 a week for childcare instead of paying an extra 1% in your taxes every year.
That's
so the average household pays. The average household in America is like $5,000. So instead of paying an extra $1,000 in taxes, you have to pay $1,000 or $1,200 a month out of pocket for childcare.
That's what I was explaining before.
2% in taxes a year, you're paying $500 a month in healthcare plus out of pocket, plus deductible, plus plus, prescriptions, medication, specialists, testing, all this other shit. So instead of paying an extra 10 grand a year in tax or $1,000 a year in taxes, 2% of 50,000 would be $1,000. Instead of paying an extra $1,000 a year in taxes, you're paying $6,000 a year in health insurance. That doesn't make any fucking sense.
Remember earlier I used the example of Obamacare and Bernie Sanders are trying to make that argument?
That's what you said about your dad, yeah.
Okay, Vanessa Kitty, my father is on Medicare, and I would think, Vanessa Kitty, it depends. Like, because there's Medicare A, B, and C or whatever. Some get hospital, some get this, some get that. So I would also think it depends on what kind of Medicare setup you have. And then some people convince themselves that Medicare Advantage is the way to go. But I think Bernie Sanders and the more progressive Democrats said that Medicare Advantage is a scam. But I don't exactly know what's wrong with Medicare Advantage. But I've heard people complain about Medicare Advantage.
Yeah, I don't know the details behind all that stuff either. But,
those are the private plans in Medicare. That's all I know it means.
Yeah. But, I mean, I don't know. I know that we have the insurance system we have today because we had insurance systems. But I also know that the larger the insurance program, the more people enrolled in the insurance program, the more efficient the insurance program is. And if you have a single national insurance program, it will be far more efficient than 50 state programs or 250 programs administered across the 50 states, 5 per each state. I know how the economics of insurance works, and it is not the way they do it with their fucking nonsense. Because what they do with their fucking nonsense is dumb. It's wasteful and stupid.
Okay, I agree with you, but even just by saying that within itself, a lot of people have to deprogram a lot of bad thinkings.
Oh yeah.
Especially because of Grover Norquist and taxation and theft and all that shit.
Well, they still hang their hat on a half of a fucking quote from Ronald Reagan when he came out and said, "Government is the problem, not the solution." When the reality was that he said, in this present circumstance or in this present crisis, government is not the problem, it's the solution. And in this present circumstance that he was talking about, it was inflation.
Vanessa Kitty, you have A, B, and D. Is that what the government automatically gets you, or did you choose A, B, D? Because I don't remember. Because a long time ago, when I was growing up, I used to have to help my grandparents because we would get all these Medicare and U-books sent to the house. So I was probably the only child that knew about this because we had to help them. Because sometimes they had questions and things. Okay, fine. And I thought the government gives you certain portions of those, and then you could get more. Or am I misremembering? Or did it change?
Yeah. Yeah, there's like base Medicare, and then there's supplemental Medicare plans that you can add to it.
And I'm not sure supplemental is just Medicare Advantage. I'm not exactly sure.
Yeah, I don't remember.
But
yeah, but Medicare Advantage or privately managed. Medicare Advantage is one of the supplemental plans. Standard Medicare to the private insurance.
I understand that.
Yeah, that's what she's saying.
But when you have A, B, and D, did the government give you A, B, and D, or do you get to pick of the A, B, C, whatever plan?
A, B, and D. Yeah, you get to pick those plans. Those are the Medicare Advantage plans.
No. When I was very young, like there's Medicare the parts A, B, and D. They stand for certain things. Like one is for hospital, one is for pharmacy. See, okay, traditional Medicare has A in hospital and B outpatient. Okay, that's what I forgot what they stood for. Okay. So when you wanted D, whatever D stands for, then you have to pay an additional extra cost for D, I would guess.
Yeah, you gotta pay extra for the D. Ain't nobody getting a D for free around here, girl.
Yeah. But it's still 80/20. That is correct. I think, did I see, I'm almost positive. I'm not 100% positive, but I think my father's premium for Medicare is probably under $500.
Sounds about right.
And I want to point out something. My grandparents, because I've only met my grandparents when they were elderly, okay? Like, because I'm the youngest. So when I was born, grandma was like 65, okay? So this is how I know this. And I noticed a trend.
Mm-hmm.
If elderly folks, whether or not they got Social Security survivors benefits, but the point is they were on Social Security. If they got a raise, that most likely meant Medicare price went up, and I think they would get a raise to cover the cost of Medicare. Now that's nice, but what about the rest of us? Because we all should benefit from
Yeah, you
better
expand
health.
Medicare to everybody else.
So I don't
Uh,
understand why.
if
I
it's
mean,
properly run,
if
if
after,
it's
for
properly
example,
run, it doesn't lose money. There's no such thing as a health insurance company that loses
okay,
money.
you have to understand something. My grandparents lived in, some of my grandparents lived an extremely long time. They were from yesteryears, and they lived during the Depression, okay? So I understand the benefits of why we had Medicare and all these things in the first place. But when health insurance became more expensive for everyone, I don't understand why we just collectively didn't go, what about all of us? It's the same. Because why are we only caring about if elderly people die? What about somebody who's 20? If they got a disease, it doesn't matter their age.
Because when Medicare was set up, the crisis, the solution that Medicare was designed for was that private insurers didn't want to insure elderly people because elderly people were money losers. They didn't have any problem insuring people like me and middle age and young people. And this was part of the ACA debate. They needed young invincibles to sign up for insurance, people to pay insurance premiums who did not need health care
You have to spread the risk
because
factor.
it spreads risk around. But what would happen was people, as they aged, they needed new hips, they needed new hearts, they needed new livers, they needed new knees. You have maintenance costs that start piling up and start piling up and start
That's
piling
what
up.
I'm
You have
saying today.
prescriptions that are being covered and all this other stuff that's being covered by insurance. And insurance companies are going, we don't want to insure old people, so we would like to cancel their insurance. And their insurances were either getting canceled or their rates were going up,
But
and they couldn't afford to pay them because they were on Social Security. So the solution to the problem was a government insurance program,
okay, I get it
Medicare.
now. But
That
can't
was
we
it.
flip that on the Republicans and say, if you're fiscally conservative, why don't you put more young people, get young people in Medicare, and you would have your, what you just said, the
Because that would
cost
be
shift.
bad for insurance companies that pay them to not believe things.
No, 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 no. I mean, we want to get away from private insurance. But I want to point out something.
We do, but not the Republicans. The
No,
Republicans
no,
don't want
no.
to get
We
away
should,
from private
no, no,
insurance.
no. We should make the libertarian argument to them and about saving money and forget about the private insurance. Don't mention that part and see if they can get on board, like the Rand
Yeah,
Paul types. Now,
you assume that they're arguing in good faith and they're not just
I'm just
being.
saying sometimes
Yeah.
libertarians and progressives can agree. You
No.
just have to, but anyways, I want to point out. I want to point out something. The Republicans market themselves as less government involvement, but they always end up making government bigger. Vanessa, I remember this because I was shocked when I learned, what do you mean George Bush is going to expand Medicare? I thought they hated government.
Excuse me.
He gave Part D. Part D was for prescriptions.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought to myself, oh, it's for them because they're elderly. Because most Republican politicians are elderly. So I thought maybe they're doing it for themselves.
Mm. No, they're doing it because they're getting paid. They're doing it because they're getting paid. The Part D is coverage for prescription drugs, and that coverage is paid to private insurance companies to buy drugs from private companies.
Oh, now did you hear this? Keep in mind, Vanessa Kitty was in the military. She goes, I must sign up for Medicare Part A and B because by law to maintain my TRICARE
Yeah.
military health insurance. I never knew that. I thought they were two separate things. Like, I always thought if you had veterans benefits, that was something else that wasn't attached to if you got older to Medicare. It never dawned on me.
Yep. Yep. I mean, they're independent, but you can always say in order to keep this, you need to have that.
Mm-hmm.
But, you have to have two separate things.
I know people, like, for example, in the state of Illinois, well, I know I'm assuming my father does this now, but I'm talking about grandma and grandpa, my father's parents, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And I would guess my mom's father did the same thing. But I know for a fact it was grandma and grandpa Cavallo. They had Medicare and then they had supplemental insurance. And a lot of Illinoisans always had Blue Cross Blue Shield. I think that's one of the top
Yeah, Blue Cross Blue Shield is a national corporate. They have branches in every single state.
Mm-hmm. That's what a lot of people did. So basically, you're paying for health insurance twice.
Yeah. Yeah. Yep. That's how it goes. And it's dumb. It's a remarkably inefficient and dumb system. And it's the system we have because it's the system that we've had. And the system we've had is the way it is because of the Great Depression. It was companies couldn't afford to put people to work, so companies couldn't afford to hire people, so they gave them benefits, and the benefits were healthcare, and they lobbied the government to allow the healthcare payments to be, tax deductible. The corporations would either be able to deduct it. Well, the corporation could deduct the payment as a benefits payment, but also your portion of your insurance payment, which at first you didn't have a portion of the insurance payment, but as the cost of insurance grew and companies offloaded that cost onto their employees, then that insurance payment was a pre-tax payment, and it would lower. Oh, now it's thundering. Oh. It would lower your taxable income pre-tax. Lower your taxable income. So that's why your medical payment, your medical insurance payments come out of your pay before deductions are taken for taxes. Right. This is all part of because of the Great Depression, all part of putting people to work post-war. It is the way it is because it's been the way it's been. Right. And it would take a tremendous amount of energy, a tremendous amount of money, a tremendous amount of effort to change the entire system. But what would absolutely change that system in a heartbeat is a national healthcare system.
But you know what?
National health insurance.
I'm going to say something provocative. First, I want to address Vanessa Kitty. I remember, as I explained, I know more about Medicare than a lot of people when I was younger because of my grandparents' age. And I thought somewhere during the Bush years or when they were talking about expanding after the Bush years, the donut hole, I thought we tried to get rid of that, or we got rid of that when we got what is called Obamacare. I thought that actually went away, the donut hole.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know the answer to that.
And here's my opinion on it takes a while. Who the fuck cares? If the systems don't work for now, we must rearrange for the lives we want today. We need work, we need to change how work works and the benefits we get through work. I'm tired of people making that excuse. It takes too long and it's too much
No,
money.
no, that's not the excuse. It's not that it doesn't work. It's not that the system doesn't work. It's that the system doesn't work for us, and we're not the ones who are calling the shots.
I get where you're going with this. People who go down that thinking will
It
say,
works for them, doesn't work for us.
this is what people say. The people who are going down your line of thinking, I've heard people say, and maybe it was you who said this. The system works for the way it was designed to work.
Yep. I have said that several times, yeah. The
And
system
so
works
my
the way it
point
was designed
is-
to work.
My point is, I was reading, there's talk about 4-day work week.
Yeah.
And if we do a 4-day work week, in other countries they'll still get paid normal. They won't lose salary because they work a less day.
Yeah. We want to put money on that one.
No, because
everybody's going to get a 20% pay raise because you're getting a day off of work.
People who are talking about a 4-day work week in the United States, that's how they want to set it up. They actually want to, I guess the point is they want to look to Europe or the countries that do it. And if we're going to change things, we should find the models that actually work to the betterment. Why don't we just try it? You never know unless you try.
Yeah, you think. That's like saying we can't figure out how to make healthcare work. We're the only country in the entire fucking world who can't figure out how to make healthcare work.
It's not that we can't.
It's not that we can't.
We
it's
choose
that we
not
don't. The system works the way it was intended to work. It doesn't work for us, but it wasn't intended to work for us. It was intended to work for the corporations that set it up. We can't figure out how to make gun control work. And we're the only country in the world.
Actually, that's not true.
We're the only country in the world that can't figure out how
to do it. That's not true.
That is.
No, hold up. During the Bill Clinton years, we slightly made gun control work with the assault rifle ban.
For 15 years.
You know what I never understood?
And that was Reagan. That was signed into a law by George W. the Elder, if I'm not mistaken.
You know what I don't understand is that if in our country, if laws are good, like if we well, sometimes you can't always predict how things will work out when you have to implement them because some laws are written too vaguely. Okay.
Oh yeah.
But it appeared that the way the assault rifle ban was, that it probably was going to work to some extent to reduce gun violence. Okay. So why in the world, for something like that, was there an expiration date? Because it expired.
You know good and goddamn well why there was an expiration date.
Well, what do you call it? It sunsets.
Yeah, it
lost
sunsets.
sunset.
There's a reason it sunsetted because there was a faction of people that wouldn't vote for it if it was going to be permanent.
My point is
because of money.
No, but my point is, how do I put this? There are just some things you have to do because it's the very right thing to do, and you screw all that. So why we as a country allowed it to have it expires in 2005?
We as a country didn't have a say in it. They didn't put it to us to vote for it.
No, but my point is, this time around, we can't do that same mistake. That's why I'm pointing this out.
Oh, yeah.
Read the memo.
The next time around, it's going to, if it happens again, it'll be a much tighter, much longer, much broader restriction.
I don't want a longer sunset date. I want forever embedded in the law. We don't have a sunset because...
I would not hold my breath on that one.
No. Because I would make the remark to the Republicans. It's put up or shut up time, because if you don't do this, I'm going to make the baddest case that you are not pro-life, and then we should bust up their evangelical voting base once and for all. I'm sick of this shit.
You say that like they care. They don't give a shit. They're immune.
No, we make the case for the people.
They are immune to electoral consequences due to gerrymandering and money. And they don't represent us. They represent the money that elects them. unless and until we can do something about the number of politicians that we have and make it a more representative democracy, because it's not a representative democracy. There's just a handful of people up there that can get bought and sold just like anybody else. There's only 450 of them. They get bought and sold just like anybody else, and it's not
Okay.
representative. It's not an argument that needs to be made to them. It's just a matter of us going out in numbers and electing the people who will do what we tell them to do. And that goes back to the earlier point that there's two parties. There, any number of independents, they don't matter. They're not going to do anything. It's one party that doesn't give a shit about anything. They don't care at all. And another party that says, you know what, if you elect us, we'll do these things. Maybe. Or at least we'll say we'll do these things.
I'm curious.
And it's like, I'm not on board with everything the Democrats say and do, but you know, at least they're going to try to govern. Okay, I'm down with that. Let's try and govern.
Where in Texas is Harris County?
Houston, Texas, Gulf Coast.
Did you hear about the story out of that county with Governor Abbott?
There's been several stories out of this county.
I've
Governor
heard
Abbott,
this one.
Governor Abbott is about to sign a. I don't know if it's going to his desk or if it's going to the Senate, but yeah, they've just passed a law, or they're working on passing a law that will basically give the governor the ability to overturn the elections in our county alone.
Okay, this is what I read.
It's
The
fucking
Senate-
stupid.
This is what I read over at
Yes, Ogre, we do need to do something about Citizens United to overturn all that.
Right.
That is 100% true. And in
I
order to overturn
recently
Citizens
read-
United, we may need to reform the court.
I read this at one of the local ABC stations
Okay.
websites. Texas Senate votes to allow Governor Abbott to overturn Harris County elections.
Yep.
So wait a minute. Why is this only in this county?
Because they set the threshold for any county that has a population of over 2 million. And there is one county in the state of Texas that has a population over 2 million.
Is this because that's the state that has the most? Is this because this is the county that has the most population concentrated in one area?
It is because it is the most Democratic county in the entire state.
So,
It is a bill targeted at one county because one county has enough people in it to determine the does it? One county has enough people to potentially determine which way the election goes in
okay, but how
in
does
the entire state.
But how do the Republicans think, even if your state is mostly Republican, how do I'm talking about the operative base and the politicians, not the voting base Republicans.
Mm-hmm.
How do they figure that this won't go to the Supreme Court for being unconstitutional?
They don't care. Even if it goes to the Supreme Court, it's going to be litigated for the next 2 years. And we have elections next year. They don't care. They absolutely don't care. They're not going to face electoral consequence because the Democratic Party abandoned this state 30 years ago. They're not going to face electoral consequences. They're not going to, even if it goes to the Supreme Court, they don't care. They'll pass another law. They'll figure out a way to do it. They'll get and there's a chance that this Supreme Court will let it go through.
Do you think
they don't care?
We don't know about that, but there is more people conservatively on the Supreme Court, so we'll just say that's a possibility. We don't know exactly if they'll do it, but do you think this has anything to do with because
hang on one second. Ogre Smash. One county actually in the state of Texas, one county, Harris County, has enough people. Like, for example, Ted Cruz 6 years ago won his election narrowly. Harris County had enough people in the county by itself to affect that election. if we had 1% more of our voting populace vote, Ted Cruz would have lost. 500,000 people determined the governor's election in the last go round. 500,000 people. We had more than 500,000 people in Harris County who did not vote. Harris County has absolute power. Absolutely. Well, not absolute power. Harris County absolutely has the power to control statewide races in the population within the county and within the metro area around the county. The city of Houston and Harris County and the metro area around Harris County absolutely has the population. Houston's huge. Houston is absolutely huge.
What do you?
Well, in the state of Texas, it's absolutely huge.
Okay, what do you think of that dude's latest comment about splitting
the county 7 ways to control House? Well, yeah. Well, in the state of Texas, our House districts and our Senate district on the state representation level, they're all gerrymandered 9 ways to Sunday. Splitting up our county, they've cracked and packed so many districts all across the state of Texas. If the districts were representative in the state of Texas, rather than having I think it's really close to a 2/3 majority. It's not quite a 2/3 majority, but it's really close to a 2/3 majority. Rather than having that much of a majority, it would be really a whole lot closer to 50-50 in the state.
I don't know. What say you, Joe? Oh, he keeps going. What say you, Joe?
Can't do anything constitutionally. Points. You can't do anything constitutionally split that vote because statewide. That's not. Well, statewide races are inoculated against gerrymandering, theoretically. But in practice, they're not. Because in practice, you have gerrymandering at the local level, in the state house, in the state senate, and you have gerrymandering at the federal level in Congress. The only state races you have are Senate, governor, and up from there. But they gerrymander the legislature at the state level so much so that at the local levels, the opposition parties can't be elected. And then they pass laws that disenfranchise the voters, and that disenfranchisement restricts the amount of representation you can get. And then the other party just quits trying. It just quits trying. There's a reason that a Democrat has not won a statewide race in the state of Texas since the 1990s. The reason we haven't had a Democrat win a statewide race since the 1990s is partly because the Democrats abandoned the entire fucking state in the 1990s, but also the gerrymandering has fully and totally disenfranchised half the population and just dried up all the money. There's a huge ecosystem. The only people who can be elected in the state of Texas are Republicans. And because the only people who can be elected in the state of Texas are Republicans, the money that goes to electing people in the state of Texas are Republicans. So it's this loop that feeds itself. And if you're going to run a statewide race in the state of Texas, you're doing it alone because of the gerrymandering at the local level and at the state level is so effective that if you're running a statewide race, you literally have to organize everything by yourself because there's no opposition organization. There's none. Beto O'Rourke literally had to go out and register everybody in the entire state, and he still can't win a statewide election because there's so fucking much money to elect Republicans. And that's not just statewide, that's a nationwide thing. Because this money in the state of Texas goes to elect people nationwide. If you flip the state of Texas, the Republicans will never win another presidency.
Actually, I want to point out something to, how do I say his name? Ogre?
Ogre Smash. My wife just knocked on the door and ran outside. I gotta go see some. I'll be listening. I'll be right back.
All right. Ogre, I want to point out something. I'm in the state of Illinois, okay? I was born in Chicago. I lived there until I was almost 6. And I live in a part of Illinois that is in the western part of the state. Okay, so like if I drive on the highway, if we take the highway to Chicago, maybe I'm like 20, 25 minutes away to give you some idea. And in the town that I live in, it's a suburb. Okay, the local politicians, because you were saying this is the reason that third parties can't win. I am convinced that within our current system, my observation is that your local politics, so maybe school boards, your mayors, the town, those sorts of people, you could be with the not Democrat or Republican Party and win. For example, some of the people in my town are run on the Unity Party ticket and they win. But I think the current mayor we got, for reasons I can't recall, was a Republican, but then went to the Unity Party. So I can't say if the Unity Party is totally I'm disenfranchised with the current system party and they're all Republicans, but that just gives you some idea that it can happen, that third parties can happen, but I think generally you're right. That, and I also agree with Vanessa that every time that there is a census, yes, who did she say census? Oh, hold on. Let's see. She said each party does a gerrymandering at each census year. Well, I think it's whoever has a majority in the state, like in Illinois, they do the maps. And a lot of times in Illinois, we want fair mapping. I don't know how they exactly word it, but the point is they want an independent commission or bunch of people to oversee the maps. Yeah, I get what you're saying. But I just wanted to point that out there because people make blanket statements that third parties can never win. So why ever bother voting third party? I say, even if it's one person from a not, like for example, every once in a while we have people that run for Illinois, like, is it Senate or governor? No, what was it? Some dude ran on a Green Party ticket. He's the same dude that ran for mayor of Chicago, but not the dude who won. And he ran as a Green Party candidate years ago. Maybe he ran for Senate. But the point is, I want people to stop thinking just because we have this current system, third party never win, so don't vote third party. If it's your mayor, if it's your governor, if it's the big races, and you like someone and they're not with the two standard parties, I don't see why you shouldn't just vote for them. And I don't consider that throwing away your vote, because if you want different politics, and until the politicians actually see that more people don't want the status quo, how are you going to get people to change the system? I mean, in the sense of who gets into politics, until we actually change the system with what do they call it? Ranked choice voting, perhaps. So I like to tell people, if you like a candidate,
All right.
even if
It's
that
storming out
candidate,
there a little
like
bit.
for example,
And to
some
make sure
people
that
will go,
stuff
Beto
is filled up.
O'Rourke, I can't vote for Beto O'Rourke because Beto O'Rourke will never win in Texas because he's a Democrat. But if you like him and you believe in what he stands for and you think that's the right direction for Texas, then vote for him when he was running. I mean, I think we need to stop with the whole, just because a third party or we're too gerrymandered. Because I was reading something very interesting, and I was watching someone on YouTube who talks about politics, and there was that poll that 70% of the people don't want Biden to run. And then there was this whole thing about young people are very fascinated with Marianne Williams, and she might, and there's a possibility Biden may not be the nominee.
No, there's not.
But we have to wait and see until people vote.
That's
because
bullshit.
a lot of young people are fascinated with Marianne Williams.
There's zero possibility that the only way Biden doesn't run and isn't the nominee
No,
is
he's
if
running.
no, again, the only way he doesn't run and isn't the nominee is if he gets sick. He's going to be the nominee. He will be the nominee. If he runs, he'll be the nominee, and if he's the nominee, he's running. The only way he's not the nominee is if he doesn't run, and the only way he doesn't run is if he gets sick. He will be the nominee for president, and that's it. And and this nonsense with third party candidates. This is a two-party system. There's no chance in hell that third-party candidates win. The way you get third-party candidates to even be remotely viable is by tripling or quadrupling the number of representatives we have in our state houses and legislature.
This is where I think
that's the only way that I know of that I can think of to do it.
All right, statistically perhaps, but I still tell people that screw all that, and you should start voting for the values you want, because at the end of the day, there has been new evidence that points out. I don't remember where I read this, but I can actually find the evidence for at a future date if you're interested. There's some sort of evidence that proves, you know how we mentioned sometimes when people vote Republican, they vote against their own interest.
Mm-hmm.
There's new evidence that because they so are embedded in the Republican Party, that they will always vote Republican, and that's it. It doesn't matter who it is. And that's why somebody like Trump got elected, because he was on the team R. As long as they're on my team, we'll vote for you.
Yeah.
And so
here's my counter argument to that. If if the Republicans, there's two major parties. You can vote for the Green Party or the Libertarian Party or whatever fucking cuckoo lunatic party you want to vote for. They're never going to come to power. They're not serious candidates. They don't have a governing philosophy.
Well, the Green Party,
or you can choose one of the two governing parties that more closely aligns to your because none of them are going to be perfect. That more closely aligns. If neither one of them closely aligns to your values, then either reevaluate your values or learn more about the parties, because one of them is a governing party that values human rights and all this other shit. And the other one is a proto-fascist party and is disgusting.
Actually, Ogre, by the Democrats voting Republican because they're blue collar, it says Democrats always vote against their own interests. It's why blue collar workers have steadily moved right in voting.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, if you mean that the Democrats should not be voting Republican because they're blue collar, yes, that to me that's voting in against their own interest. And that's what Joy Behar makes the point, because she said she grew up in a union household, and she was trying to explain to the nation that even though there's faults with unions, and no one thing is perfect in our society, okay? Let's face facts. Unions can be something wrong with some unions. Nothing, I think, is perfect within our political system. But she's trying to make the point that you have to start thinking what works better for you, because some people who vote Republican, they only care about themselves, and sometimes Democrats care about themselves and others as well, but the others don't always care about you.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we wouldn't abandon, like if a Hurricane Katrina happened again, and we knew over here in this part of town it was all Republicans, the Democrats would still help the Republicans get out of harm's way. We still care about other people. But what we need to start thinking is, just because we have the system we do, doesn't mean we have to keep going with the same system. We can try new things to make things better. Like, I'm still of the belief of, yeah, maybe statistically your area might not vote for the Green Party or the third party, But if you keep going with the same system that doesn't work, that's not getting us anywhere. So
Yeah.
I'd rather tell people vote for the candidate you align with, and all you can do every next election cycle is help that party's candidates get the word out more so more people can consider their vote. That's
Yeah.
all we got so
The
far.
the problem with voting for the candidate that you mostly align with is that candidate, when they get elected, will still vote with the party 95% of the time,
That's why I tell
100% of the time.
people.
It's not the candidate that you're electing the party.
That's why
That
I tell
the
people.
candidate that you like will still vote. If he's Republican, will still vote to protect a traitor and an insurrectionist. That
Okay, but
candidate that you may like, that candidate, he may be a nice guy, he may buy you beers when you see him at the bar or at the restaurant, but he'll still vote to to nominate a Supreme Court justice that will take away your rights.
okay, I'm not in disagreement with what you said because I used to think like I also thought that, okay? I also think that. I take this the next step further. I tell people, gone on, this is just my opinion, ever since Trump, okay, we got Trump as president. This is just me. See if you agree or
Get
if you
on with it. I can't agree with it until you get on with it.
I lost
Come
my
on.
train of thought. I'm thinking. Okay, yes. Ever since Trump became president, I like to tell people now, gone are the days where you should just vote for candidates for whatever political office simply because you like their ideas of the laws you want to live under. You should also think or try to assess, and I don't know the perfect way to do this, if they got integrity, what their morals and values are, do they lie to you while they're doing their political job, all that stuff. I think it has to be a whole bunch of things, not just their platform. Because if we
My
don't get
my my
because we need
single issue that
integrity.
I vote for right now, my single one issue is: are you Republican or are you Democrat? That is it. I don't give a shit how many kittens you've kicked, how many old people you've pushed out of their wheelchairs. I don't care how many people you fucked or where you fucked them. Are you a Democrat or are you a Republican?
See,
Because the
okay.
Republicans are trying to actively fuck us.
Can I tweak this a little bit?
Mm.
This is me. I'm only speaking for myself. Do you or not agree with this? During a primary, I feel you should vote for the actual Democratic candidate you want, not just the one you think that wins. If one is more progressive, and let's say you want the more progressive, even if you think maybe this person in my area won't win, I'd say in a primary, vote for the one you want. Maybe what you say would be better off when we get to the who are the two people that we can vote for president.
Yeah. I mean,
That's what I think
the
we need.
primary is when you get to pick your perfect candidate. And after that, you're like, you know what? Fuck it. I'll take whatever slop you give me. The
But
primary is when you go into the restaurant and you're like, okay, what's the soup of the day? What's the thing? What's the chicken meal that you've got?
right.
What do we got? And you're like, okay, I guess I'll take the fish. And they're like, well, we don't have the fish. I'm like, well, fuck it, I guess I'll have the soup. That's
And
fine.
there's this
That's it.
alleged, I'll just say alleged. There's this alleged, because I have to look at the actual data. There's this alleged thinking that more Americans will come out in the general election than the primary. And if that's
Generally,
still true, we
That's
need
generally
to
true, yes.
we need to make our argument what we just said to the mass public.
Yeah.
Now, there's been rumors. I watched one of the dudes from Tennessee was talking to David Hogg, the guy who did March for Our Lives
Yeah,
at
I know
Harvard.
David Hogg.
Okay. And David Hogg made the point that people still think young people aren't coming out for elections. And he was saying, in the last few election cycles, we've been coming out more and more and more.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm predicting
45% of the people in Texas voted in the last election. 40% of the people in the last election voted, or 40% of the people voted in the last election in Tennessee. If they'd have actually had people show up to the election during the midterms in Tennessee, they wouldn't be dealing with the shit they're dealing with right now in Tennessee.
But the point is, if we're on a trajectory of more younger people voting more and more and more mass growth, even if the percentage isn't still as high as we would like, but it's still on the higher end of past previous years, I see that as a positive.
Yeah.
Because because more
If they
people
show
are
up.
voting. So
If they show up.
that's what they say on The View.
Mhm.
You can change what happens, but you have to get out and vote. It's not them telling you, you make that determined. Whoopi makes that point. And we'll never know until election day which way it goes, until after all the results are in.
Yeah. And I mean, they show up for the general presidential elections, but they don't show up in the midterm elections. We had this huge wave in 2022, or 2020 rather, and then 2022 was the big letdown. And it's like, it's not a culture of showing up and not, they'll stomp around and wave their fist and be all mad and occupy Wall Street or whatever, but you got to fucking show up to the elections. You got to show up to vote. And if they're not. They say they are, but they're not. The numbers say you're not. You're just not doing it. And I do want to real briefly. We were talking about unions and how they're not perfect. And Ogre Smash says I'm very pro union. That's another one of those things that's like, unions aren't perfect. Unions aren't perfect. They're not perfect by any stretch of the imagination. They fight for resources, and they fight for benefits, and they fight for pay structures that oftentimes put companies into a bind that the companies get out of by outsourcing work, whether it's to another department or to another country. And a lot of times what's been done is they turn around and blame the union for the company taking those actions. Like, for example, when unions in the United States said, we want benefits, we want pay, we want working hours, we want better working conditions and all that shit. And then companies in the United States said, okay, well, we're going to open up a factory in Mexico. And they blamed the union, like, y'all put us in this position to do it. But the company made the choice to open up a factory in Mexico or China or India or wherever. And then they tell their American counterparts, you're going to have to compete against this factory in Mexico because we don't need two of them. So we're going to figure out which one's going to be able. And it's the company doing it. And then they blame the union. This is the victimizer blaming the victim every time, all the time, again and again and again and again. And it's generally being pro-union is the way we should be. But then when the union does something and they close the factory and move the factory to Mexico, we blame the union. But it's not the union's fault. The union was there trying to prevent that from happening. And the companies are the ones that do it. And we look at that and go, well, the company's the victim. No, the company's not. The company's the one doing it. And that's where we fall into this trap of not aligning ourselves with the things that is in our best interest. The things that are in our best interest are the unions out there fighting to keep our jobs here, not just, not the companies that are trying to fuck the workers. The reason they move the factories is to fuck the workers. That's the mindset. That's the mindset that we're in, that we're like, well, that's what the company had to do. The company didn't have to do that. The company chose to do that to get an extra 0.5% on their bottom line. It's insanity.
And you're exactly right in your analysis. And what people don't understand is, let's say we accept, okay, well, there's nothing we can do. The spin-off jobs go away. Like when people from the Midwest, we bailed out the auto industry. Whether people can prove that was good or bad, at least people had the right idea of, like Tim Ryan of Ohio, whether you like him or not, he's kind of more progressive on this issue. He would point out that, okay, if we don't bail out the auto industry, let's say you're mad at the execs and they're corrupt, or say they were doing something bad, but the spin-off jobs go away, and then the towns suffer for other jobs that have nothing to do with the auto industry, but that got created because more people moved to the town because the factories were like the local restaurants and this, and it causes a more ripple effect within the economy. Mm-hmm. So do we let these companies be too big? Like when we say, are banks too big to fail? Should we have a certain size company? Like you can only be this big?
We used to.
And when we say that,
that changed in the 1980s. We used to have those rules.
When we say that, does that mean the size of the amount of the workforce, or how much they can produce in revenue?
It means how much of the industry they control.
So you mean
because $1 billion corporation in uh, 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 sorry, I was looking at Ogre's comment.
Okay, wait a minute.
He stumbles into this conversation at 4 a.m. But $1 billion corporation in Vermont is, or rather, $1 billion corporation in the cemetery industry is a different animal than $1 billion corporation in the banking industry. $1 billion corporation in the banking industry is barely noticeable. $1 billion corporation in the cemetery industry is the fucking leader in the entire industry. You know, it depends. There's not a one size fits all rule. It used to be with radio stations. You can't control more than 30% of the radio stations in any given market. It used to be with restaurants or something like that. You can't control more than certain percent of the restaurants in a certain market. Otherwise, you'd be considered monopolistic. You can't control. It was a question of controlling the market. And even today, when Service Corp purchases a smaller regional consolidator, they've got to sell off some properties in certain markets in order to be considered not be considered monopolistic in those markets. Because if you control 60% of the funeral homes in a given market, you control the market. Make sense?
Yes, I get it. So are you going along the lines of thinking this is all due because we don't enforce antitrust laws?
To a large extent, yeah, we don't enforce antitrust. That was a cultural change in the 1980s.
What made that
bigger was considered to be bigger was not considered to be anti-competitive. And before the 1980s, we had regional phone companies, regional cable companies, regional banks, we had all kinds of regional stuff. In the 1980s, we had this development for the first time of a national market, and we had national companies that would, and not just national brands like Levi's or Wranglers or something like that, but national companies that would have stores in all 50 states and branches in all 50 states and every major metro and every major place, all throughout the country. That was a change in the 1980s, and when companies started to merge together.
Oh, now
that was a cultural change. And I also, real quick, I do want to address just briefly that 2022 was a success.
Success for what?
The election of 2022. It was a qualified success. Where we had Senate races, we did well in House races. Where we didn't have Senate races, we didn't do well in House races. So it was not a universal success. It was a qualified success that in certain races we did really good. The youth group, the from Gen X all the way down turned out more, less, Gen X a little bit less so, but
that's what I was saying.
The kids showed up,
David,
but not universally. Not universally. There was not a Senate election in Tennessee. Nobody showed up. 40% of the people showed up.
No,
there wasn't a Senate election in the state of Texas. 45% of the people showed up.
Now, wait a minute. I also want to make a little point here. When we say people showed up to the ballot, I've noticed that when you see, have you ever observed in your own town, your own state, that when the election results come in, I'm like, how come the same number of people who voted for your Senate candidate, okay? How come they're not the same number of people who voted for the governor? I find it very strange. You don't have to vote.
Yeah, they vote in one race but not the other, and they're both right there on your ballot.
Well, how do we actually justify how many people actually correctly show up? Is it that they had a complete ballot, or any time that they just voted?
Dude, when I worked the polls in 2016, I saw people show up and vote for one name.
And that would still count as when you're making the demographic. So and so showed up.
Yeah, vote to vote. It doesn't matter.
The only time I leave my ballot blank is either so and so does not have an opponent, and I won't vote for one party, or I don't know who you are. I didn't know who you were. I'm not going to vote willy-nilly on the ballot because you're the first time I see your name. That's the only time I ever leave my ballot blank.
Yeah. Well, there you go. That answers your question. And to be fair, Ogre Smash, you're right. It was a remarkable year. It was an off year. Biden was not as popular as he could. He was more popular than he probably should have been, but not as popular as he could have been. The results were absolutely unprecedented in most races. But America made gains. The Democratic Party made gains in several key places. They added a couple of senators. They took control of the Senate. They didn't lose as much in the House as everybody was saying there was going to be. There was no red wave. There was no evisceration of anything. But you dig deeper into the numbers, where the successes of 2022 carried and paved over the failures of 2022 so well that where there were failures, they didn't look as bad, like in Tennessee, like in Texas. And Texas is what it is. In Georgia, even, Stacey Abrams came that fucking close, and that not a resounding success, but they were able to hold the Senate seat in Georgia with a runoff, if I'm not mistaken. But still, they held the Senate seat in Georgia. But Texas can be almost dismissed as they made a good effort, because I think it was out of the top 25 donors in the state of Texas to the governor's race in 2022, 23 of them gave to the Republican Party and Republican Party causes. So it's like Texas is justifiably understood. This is going to be a hard nut to crack.
I want to point out
something,
because you keep mentioning Tennessee.
Mm-hmm.
I saw an interview. You know how the two black dudes and that lady, but the lady did not get what was it?
Removed.
Whatever the word is, I can't think of it at the moment.
Yeah, evicted.
The two black guys did. They were talking. Justin Pearson maybe was the black dude that got interviewed, but in one of the interviews, they were pointing out that now the spotlight's on Tennessee. Okay, That's great. We know what's happening, but how's this going to translate for the future? Like, are you getting money from? Are we going to see money go into your races? Are you going to get help? And I think people are starting to think it's not just that you see them once in a while. Support is a bunch of things. Do you like the candidate? Do you agree with what they want to do for the country? And then you have to put in the infrastructure in these places to help them get elected. So I think
infrastructure is key, because it's donors, it's money.
Right. And I think because
networks,
the three people of Tennessee and the two were very young and they use social media very well, that I think people are still following them because they bring hope, because they tell off the Republicans in the House of Representatives. And so people are following them. So maybe people will start talking about, what do other people in the state houses do now? So maybe we might see an uptick perhaps in Tennessee voting. So we'll have to give it one more election cycle and see how it goes for Tennessee, to see if that made a difference.
It's getting better. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's getting better. But when they show up, they show up. When they don't show up, they don't show up.
But I think
there really does need to be a cultural shift, and there was a cultural shift in the 90s. We led the way with the cultural shift in the 90s of whatever. We quit voting. We, the Gen Xers, we quit doing it. We quit voting in the 1990s.
When you say cultural shift, what exactly do you mean? Like
well, what I mean by a cultural shift is no, I mean like a behavioral shift, a cultural shift.
Okay.
What I mean to say is, in the 1990s, there was a cultural shift where we Gen Xers were like, it doesn't fucking matter, whatever, we're not going to vote. And we didn't vote. And it, whether we voted or not, didn't fucking matter.
Oh, you know what? I've known.
And
Okay.
but we need to move towards a cultural shift where it does matter. Every single fucking election, from dog catcher to your municipal utility board to the school board to the state house to the state senate to the federal house to the federal senate, off years, on years, special elections, middle elections.
I agree with you.
If they put out a poll about what we're going to eat for lunch, you vote in the goddamn thing, because every fucking vote matters. Every vote matters. And that has to be a cultural shift, because that was a cultural shift that the Republicans took advantage of. They voted in every goddamn election. They put Republicans in dog catcher positions, in municipal utility boards, in school boards, all the way up to the state house and state senate, and then they started redrawing the maps.
You're not wrong.
They started redrawing the maps, and they gerrymandered the fuck out of it, and they put themselves in power and held themselves in power.
Okay, you're not wrong in your assessment here, but I want to point out a few things for us to consider. Do you think it's easier for people who flare for the Republican side of the aisle to vote in elections because the demographics are more elderly and they might have more time on their hands to even if they get the info wrong, but try to understand politics, whereas younger people might have a family, they might still have to work. Like Bernie Sanders points out, with his rhetoric, and if you also have to take multiple jobs, are you really going to have enough time to pay attention?
If you have no, and that's part of the cultural shift that's been going on in this country since the 1950s. That's part of the cultural shift. Robert Reich talks about this in his books. Power Inc., I think, is one of his books. But he talks about this, that the more you work, the breakdown of civic associations, the breakdown of social associations, the breakdown of bowling leagues, the breakdown of Kiwanis clubs and Knights of Columbus and Oddfellows organizations. The breakdown of these social organizations leads to a fraying of our civic of our civic fabric. It leads to this siloing of ourselves, where all you do is you come home from work, you're exhausted. You come home from work, you wave to your neighbor, and you go inside and you sit on the couch and you're done. You don't have barbecues together. You don't talk to each other. And it frays our civil society. So that we don't work together, we don't talk together, we don't do anything together anymore. And then we're all strangers that talk to each other on Facebook. And that's part and parcel of the breakdown of the power of labor, the breakdown of the power of the workers, because now we're working in white collar jobs and we work 60, 70, 80 hours a week. Back when we were all blue collar workers, we worked 40, because we fought for those benefits and we fought for those jobs, and we worked 40 hours a week. But now we work easier jobs. We sit at a fucking desk all day. So what does that even really work? You can work an extra couple hours. So we work an extra couple hours. We don't take our vacations. We don't take sick days. We don't take mental health days. We don't take any time off. We don't hang out with friends and family. We see the people at work more than we see the people at home. It's insanity. It's insanity. And we volunteer for it. And then we're stuck in this eternal loop that we don't know how to get out of it, because we don't have any organizing power to do it.
Some people have no choice because in some labor jobs, if you work extra hours, I forget, because my brother works in a printing field, but he works for a union and he's on the steering committee. So my brother's just going to ask for what he wants and see how it goes. So he might be able to change. But in the past, if you work like on the weekends, you can get overtime or triple time. I don't exactly know how it works, but the point is, some people have no choice. So before we dive deeper into what you just said, I want to point out, I don't think we should punish the people who go along with the system because they have no choice. If they have to do it for family, not because they're greedy and they think they can just get more money out of the corporation, why not? I'm talking about I feel sorry for you. You have to work because you have no choice in this matter. That's one thing. Then you have an argument about how the system failed you, and you have to fill in the gaps of what they need to know politically to get them to think better to change the system.
And to a large extent, to be completely honest and open, to a large extent, people in America do not have a choice. They don't have savings. They can't sustain a minor disruption to their operations. A flat tire, puts them into debt, puts them into a debt spiral because they don't have savings. They can't sustain a minor shock to the system, like a $200, $300 shock to the system. They just can't do it. And they don't have any choice. They absolutely don't have any choice. Yeah. And that's by design.
Okay.
That's not a bug. That's a feature.
100% in agreement. That's why, remember earlier I said sometimes the way we got to change people is through proper education. And that's why I think we need to change how we teach history and certain subjects in school. And we should do it for the younger generations. And that's why I think somebody mentioned in chat about local school boards. I think that's Bernie Sanders mentioned this before. Like, you know how there's a growing trend to get progressive DAs in the U.S.? I think we should make a conservative effort to get people to not be like those Moms for Liberty groups. And we need to counteract those women and the fathers that go along with it. And we need to put better people on school boards so that we can properly get proper education to people. Maybe if they have more proper education, even for a brief time in history class, when they get to be the adult that doesn't have time to totally understand every nuance of an election near them, at least they would have general brain cells to know better.
Yeah.
Because I don't think they have time to just sit around and think about every little nuance to pick your senator.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and they don't. And most people, I look forward to the day when politics becomes a spectator sport again. Well, I don't have to give a shit about this. I don't want to give a shit about this. It'll probably never happen in my lifetime, but I don't want to have to give a shit about this. We were in a nice, stable time when, like, you know, laws were settled, case law was settled, bodily autonomy was settled. This was all settled law. It was all settled cultural law. Things were moving in one direction, steadily moving this steady direction, and it wasn't this fucking hair on fire all the time, panicking about, oh my God, what are they going to do next? Well, we haven't been there for like 15 years, so. Oh my God, what are they going to do next? Wake up in the morning, look at the news, like, what the fuck happened this time? Who's Jesus?
Reflecting on my life, now there are some parents who empower their kids to learn about politics. I didn't grow up like that, okay? Politics was for adults.
Mm-hmm.
But do you feel during the Clinton era and in the 90s that what you just described was better for society? Like that most people weren't feuding like Roe v. Wade.
It was like I said before, it was bad policy, but it was good politics. And you know,
so what
the policy could have been better. It was good policy for the time. Liberalism had died in 1980, in 1984. Liberalism had died. There was the Democratic Party had abandoned its far left and moved to centrist moderates.
Do you mean neoliberalism?
No, I mean liberalism. Like, you know.
Like, can you give me an example? Because I was too young to know.
Well, I mean, like think of Jimmy Carter's liberalism, the liberalism from the 60s and 70s.
You mean like I don't want nuclear power. Like, no nuclear power plants and opposing.
No, I mean like nuclear power, like green environmentalism and nuclear power and conservation. That shit died in 1980.
Okay,
all of that shit died in 1980. Okay. Unionism died in 1980. All of this shit died in 1980. All of it. The liberals abandoned the left. The Democrats moved to the center. The Republicans moved to the center right. It was it was it was a culture for a solid like 10 years, 10, 15 years, hell, almost 20 years, that it was unions are bad, government control is bad, big government's bad, taxes are bad, and law and order, more prisons, less parks.
You're not wrong.
Why are we doing this? Why are we doing this with the government? Privatize, 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 privatize. This was the 1980s and 1990s. Mental health killed by Reagan. Health care killed by Social Security was too much. Like, solve the problem of Social Security. It's too expensive. Medicare, too expensive. All these government programs are too expensive, except for the military. This was when we were going through this orgy of trying to slim down the federal. Al Gore was part of a task force of sunsetting agencies and organizations within the government that had outlived their usefulness. Al fucking Gore, Captain Ozone, as he was called by George Herbert Walker Bush. He was in charge of a task force to sunset government programs and cut waste in the government. Of all people, Al fucking Gore, the what's it called? The Unfortunate Dilemma, whatever his book was called. He was in charge of a task force to reduce the impact of government, to slim down the size of government. That dude is about as bleeding heart liberal as anybody. Liberalism died. That's what I mean when I say liberalism died. That we were on this vendetta to cut government spending, cut the size of government. It didn't work. The government still grew, but the Overton window, what Ogre Smash says, the Overton window was moved steadily right since Reagan. Yeah.
I want to know something.
What's up?
What I don't understand is this. Ronald Reagan was the only president in American history to belong to a union. He was involved in the AFL-CIO.
And Screen Actors Guild, too.
Screen Actors Guild, and he served 6 terms as the president of the Organized Labor Group.
Mm-hmm.
Why did somebody like him get to be president and convince the nation that unions are bad?
And he banned the open carry of long rifles in California.
And I want to point out, who was president after Carter, Nixon, and Reagan? Is that the order of the presidents?
It was Nixon, Carter. No, Nixon, Ford, Carter, Reagan.
Okay, Carter was one of them, but Reagan. I read somewhere online that 3 presidents sent a letter to Congress about banning assault rifles, and Reagan was on that list. Reagan was one of the presidents.
Uh-huh. Yep.
So I give him credit for that, but how did we get a dude? He benefited from the union. Why in return would you not want, if the vast majority of people can get out of poverty being in a union, why would you, if you saw the benefits of it? Because Joy Behar always says on The View that if Republicans will get on the ball when it affects them.
Yep.
So if Reagan saw the benefits of a union, how could he in good conscience to the nation as president tell us no? Why?
I don't.
What switch did he get right
off? I don't know.
Because I never understood that piece of the puzzle. I'm always curious about what made him go corrupt.
Yeah, Ogre Smash knows that story. When the Black Panthers walked into the state capitol carrying long rifles because it was their right, they were allowed to open carry rifles. The fucking California legislature changed that law in like a week.
Well, a lot of people,
like, we want open carry, we want freedom to carry weapons, but not for those people.
Now wait a minute.
So nobody gets them.
I can't say this is about California, but I have heard that the story goes back in the 60s, 70s, 80s, something like that, that when the Black Panthers started to walk around with firearms, then everyone's like, oh, you know, not for them as well.
Yeah, that's kind of the it's a running it's still a running joke
Mhm.
that as soon as the Muslim shows up with the rifle and says, "Yeah, we should have open carry," and everybody's like, I don't know about that. What about
Oh, look at
that guy?"
ogre. What year are we talking about? Like,
Yeah, this was back in the like 70s. It was the Black Panthers that were open carrying. They were protecting their neighborhoods, carrying their guns around,
ogre.
carrying the guns around the neighborhood, intermingling with cops. Uh, yeah, they
Were
were
you
they
an
were
adult?
not happy about that.
Were you an adult in the 70s? Because I was born in
Me?
79. Because
No, I
no,
was born in
ogre,
75.
ogre, ogre. Because I was born in 79, so I vaguely remember reading about this story. I don't know enough because I was so young.
Yeah, son, it is 3:38. I
Yeah.
have to get up in the morning because there actually is a school board election tomorrow, and I have to go vote. But
I
I also
wanted
have
to
work to do at
vote.
the distillery.
Okay. I wanted to vote for my school board because of all the nonsense with Moms for Liberty. And I got a mail-in ballot. So I had to look up all these people and I couldn't find next to nothing on these people. So I
Mhm.
couldn't vote. So good luck for you. I hope you can get informed.
My voting is easy for the school board. I vote for people who are not on the school board. That's it.
Oh,
Every single one of the incumbents, I vote for the person running against
well, I have no idea.
them.
I don't think on my ballot it tells me are they Democrat, Republican. It just has the names, I think.
Yeah, ours is nonpartisan, officially nonpartisan. It's unofficially quite partisan, but I know who the incumbents are. So
See, I don't know who
they're
any of
all
these
they're
people
all
are.
rat bastards. I hate them all. Uh, yeah, I despise the people on our school board. So um,
Oh, Restream. Thanks for that message. Did you
what's
see
up?
it? You
What?
got a little championship, um,
Huh?
the
What are you talking
award,
about?
the championship award, and it says, I've received 100 messages today with Restream chat.
I don't see. No, I don't see anything. What? Oh, is it in private chat?
No. You
No,
know when you're in the
I don't see
Restream
anything.
studio,
Oh yeah, no, I'm not in this.
you
I'm
can
not
see
in the
it on the
studio.
side for the
Oh,
screen that shows up.
yeah, I don't see anything. I'm sure it's.
Oh, well, thanks for teaching me stuff,
Yeah.
Ogre.
Um, no, actually, what's really fun to see, he talks about trans folks owning guns to protect themselves. What's really fun to see is the amosexuals out there talking about, yeah, these people are fucking deranged and we can't let them have guns. Like, okay, so illegal immigrants, trans folk, who else do you not want to have guns?
Blacks.
Because I've got a whole list to add to it too.
They don't want
but
blacks, remember?
but this is like the Trojan horse to at least get them to acknowledge and admit and join the rest of us in like saying yes, there should be some qualifications. I mean, like maybe not the same like set of people that we're talking about, but yes, there should absolutely be some qualifications. Like maybe not blind people, like maybe not toddlers. Like we can all agree that toddlers shouldn't have guns,
But
right?
when you want to go down that road, you're getting rid of. But wait a minute, and we also have to remember there used to be a time when if you wanted to own a gun, you had to learn proper safety. They're even
Yeah,
getting rid of that because I don't know if it was your state or some other southern state. I read
probably not.
there's this thing called permitless carry, and I was looking into what is permitless carry, and I think you don't have to go through safety training if your state allows you to have permitless carry. Do you know anything about that before you
Um,
go?
nah, I don't remember. I don't pay any attention to that shit. The guns I have are the guns I have. I don't I don't know if I carry them legally or not. To be completely honest, I do know I have when I go out hunting, I have my proper hunting licenses when I go hunting. So that I'm not. But yeah, I don't know about open carry or anything like that. I don't carry them out there. Uh, the firearms that I carry, I don't carry out there mostly because I know what I'm willing to do. I know what I'm capable of doing with a firearm, and I don't want to do it. So I don't carry it out there. But when I go hunting, we have them properly stowed, and we go hunting. And
You go hunting. I still find that I couldn't believe that. I never would have thought you gone hunting.
Yep, I do.
But that's okay. Yeah, you told me last time. I was surprised, but that's okay.
And Ogre Smash is also right with his comments that a lot of gun ownership laws are remnants of the Jim Crow era, and the restrictions on gun ownership were intended to affect minorities, but that's not what they do now. That's they're not intended to restrict. They're intended to encourage, and the gun ownership encouragement isn't being encouraged among minorities. It's being encouraged among whites mostly.
With children.
Castle doctrine is 100% cover for white people to shoot minorities. That's why we have castle doctrine laws, is to protect ourselves from whom? Well, the answer to that is as clear as black and white, but we don't want to say it out loud. But yeah, it would absolutely be it would be a cultural shift, and I think we would see a significant push towards some reasonable gun ownership laws if there was a big fat push for minorities to own more guns. There just isn't, and it's weird.
However,
it is absolutely how castle doctrine works.
However,
it's cover for people to shoot minorities.
Minority gun ownership has been going up and up in the United States.
It has, and that is something that we that we're seeing in the last probably 5 or 10 years. We've been seeing that little data point tick up slowly.
Why should we celebrate that more people want to own a firearm? We want less people to own. I'll speak for myself. We need less people to own firearms because we have more firearms circulating in America now than the population. And the easy access to guns, in my view, is why we have too many mass shootings. Because I have friends that live all over the world, and they say our problem is uniquely American.
It is uniquely American. I don't necessarily have a problem with people owning guns. I have a problem with people who are not qualified gun owners owning guns. We don't let just anybody drive a car.
No, but you also have to understand that people who own a gun, you can be passed down a gun from family to family.
Yeah.
No. The point is, in saying that, is not that I oppose, like, hey, this is grandpa's gun. Give it to Joe. This is his grandpa. It's that we don't have checks and balances for those kind of transactions. We don't know where the guns go. And then people say who the 2A absolutists. Well, we don't need gun control because the person who's going to shoot up isn't going to follow any laws anyway, so they'll just get the gun illegally.
Criminals don't care about ideals. They get their guns illegally.
If guns are too easily available, it's easy for them to go steal if they know a gun is over here. That's my point.
The vast majority of people don't defend their life with their gun. The vast majority of people take another life with their gun. So that's also a dumb statement. But the vast majority of criminals who don't care about your ideals weren't criminals before they broke the law.
But I'll say my last
point. And when it comes to gun crimes, generally they buy their guns legally. So
I want to point out Somewhere.
It's now 3:45. I really do need to go to bed.
Yeah, what I was just gonna say
Wrap it up.
that that is true. There are some laws we try to put into place. Maybe it's uh, um, the red flag laws maybe have a loophole, or maybe they're not as effective as we thought. Every once in a while, I do hear the criminal who shot up people got their guns legally.
Yeah.
So
Almost all the time. And if you're a law-abiding citizen, the restrictions don't affect your rights at all. Not
so
even a little
maybe
bit.
stricter laws.
Because a law-abiding citizen is going to follow the laws when they get their guns. And when you follow the laws to get your guns, you are a qualified citizen to own a gun, you're part of a well-regulated militia, then you get your gun. If you're not part of a well-regulated militia, you shouldn't have guns to begin with.
I agree. Ogre, you brought up a fascinating point, but since Joe wants to go, maybe we can table that for next time.
500,000 to 2 million self-defense uses of guns every year.
Yeah, maybe we can table this for next time.
Well, 500,000 to 2 million self-defense uses of guns every year does not mean the vast majority. No, that's a debatable topic. That would be an interesting topic to debate.
That's what I'm saying. Maybe you might want to consider that for another time.
Hey, dude, Dom, that would be awesome. Come and see us on the 20th. That would be fantastic. I'll save you a shot glass if you do come on out there. That'd be awesome.
Ooh, that's cool.
You got to buy the shot glass, but I'll have it set aside for you. But yeah, but tell me, who you are, that you follow the channel, and I'll buy you a drink. I can do that. I'd be happy to do that for you. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, son, do you got anything you want to say as I close this out?
Good night.
Short, simple, sweet, to the point. I like that. All right. Well, as Dom mentions, we've got a hell of a party on the 20th coming up. I'm releasing our special edition Blackout Boomtown Bourbon. Only about 120 of those bottles will be available. You didn't piss anybody off, Ogre. Don't worry.
No, that probably would have been me.
Nobody pisses anybody off. We have a big long table and a big open discussion when we talk. It ain't no big fucking thing. But we're releasing our special edition label of our Blackout Bourbon, which is made with water that was captured following the freeze of 2021. Only about 120 of those bottles will be available to purchase on the 20th. And when they're gone because that water's been used. I'll have to wait till the next unprecedented event, next statewide freeze to make water for my bourbon for another special edition label, and that may never happen. It may happen next year. We just don't know when it'll happen or what'll happen because climate change. So get out of here. We're gonna have 3 bands. We're gonna have Jeff with a G performing MC and sideshow performances. Good night, son. Thank you for joining me tonight. We're going to have barbecue. We're going to have cigars. We're going to have, we're just going to have a grand old shindig out there at the little distillery that could in the woods. I'm going to turn the audio off as well. No, I'll leave the audio running. So if y'all can make it out there, if you're in the Houston area, if you're in Texas, if you're passing through for whatever reason, come on by and say hi. It's free to come to the party. If you want to stay for the music, you got to pay the bands. If you want to stay for some food, you got to pay for the food. If you want to buy a bottle, the bottles don't come free either. You got to pay for those. But other than that, like I said, you come out for a couple hours, see the place, relax, have a couple of drinks, play a couple of games, buy a bottle, go home. But you're going to want to stay for the band. It's $10 and you can get all of the bands. Or you pay an extra, I think, $5 after that, and you get food to go with it. How about that? I think that's a great damn deal. Yeah, that's it. I'm tired. It's 3:51 a.m. According to my calculator, it looks like I've got some good time on this live stream tonight. 12.25 times 45 is 551, almost 10 hours, which is great because we had like 2 hours earlier today, which puts me at 11 hours for the day, which is awesome. No, we're not going to have a topic of how awesome is Joe. That's not a debatable topic. Uh, I am awesome. That is it. It's not a debatable topic. Um, but I do need to get a topic for next Wednesday's show. Every Wednesday we do a live happy hour from my pandemic studio. During the week, I'll go live from the distillery, so you can catch me at the distillery doing work. Today, I was doing work this afternoon. We were filling barrels with bourbon. We filled up our bourbon barrels and transferred bourbon into our bright storage tank. In the next 2 weeks, I'll be building my bathroom and bottling up our special edition Blackout Boomtown Bourbon label. And then in the next several weeks after that, we will be unveiling. The current target is for July 4th, but we'll be unveiling our brand new True Blue Boomtown Bourbon labels. A True Blue bourbon for a True Blue brand. I like that. That's nice. All right, guys. But in the meantime, I'm going to wrap this up because I am exhausted and it is time for bed. Continue to be awesome to each other. If you don't like something, change it. Until we meet again, I will continue to be the old humble guy, and you will not. Cheers and good night. We'll do, which one are we going to do? That one? Yeah. Bye.